know it. Good morning, good morning. I'm looking at a new clock that was put up here, but it's a minute slow, it looks like. But we'll fix that later.
Okay, yeah.
With that, I think we're ready to call the meeting to order. If I have Ms. Cicchetti, please call the roll.
Good morning, Chair. I'll begin with roll. Chairman Vasquez,
Present.
Vice Chair Lieber. Here. Member Gaines,
Here.
Member Schaefer,
Here.
Deputy Controller Emron.
Here.
So a quorum is present. The board meeting is officially called to order. With that, we will rise, those that can, to do the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we start with our first order of business, I'm going to open up, I'm going to have some opening remarks. I just have a couple things, and then I'll turn to the members and see who else wants to chime in as well. I'm looking at actually, there's a couple issues that I wanted to raise this morning. No specific order. One of them we kind of touched on last month, which of course was Veterans Day. But since it just happened, and I know there was a lot of celebrations going on and recognitions this past weekend because it happened over the weekend. And for some folks, I know locally in my city, they actually celebrated on Friday, even though it was Saturday. I'm not sure what the state, how they handled that one, but I know counties and school districts were on different schedules. But more than anything, I think it was important to, one, recognize the veterans of all the wars and all those that have served, those in and out of the war as well, because they do so much for our nation to protect our freedom, especially as we see these things going on around the world these days. I think it's so important that we not only recognize them, but hopefully do them justice. And I know we've had a couple of hearings on some of the things that we could do here in terms of exemptions. Some of us think it's maybe not enough, and I think we're going to work on that moving forward. But really appreciate the fact that people did take the time out this weekend to either participate or engage in different fairs, festivals, recognitions in honor of our veterans. You know, this was actually, several presidents have kind of highlighted over the years, and a couple of, for me, that come to mind. I'm going back. I know going back to the Kennedy days, Johnson, as a kid, I remember going to a lot of these big fairs and parades they had in recognition of the veterans. And I think it's so telling that I guess it was in 2007, there was a resolution by Congress on this issue that really tried to bring it to the forefront, especially with our youth. Because I think many of us, you know, I'm thinking back as I grew up, you know, the Vietnam War was one of the big wars growing up. And as I'm talking to, especially high school kids, to them it seems like you're talking about World War II when it was when we were kids. And, you know, there's just that disconnect. But at the end of the day, I think it's really good that many of the schools, cities, counties, state and federal government engage and come out and recognize our veterans. The second issue that came across my desk is that this is also, I understand, November is the National Homeless Youth Awareness Month. And this is something that I remember in the 90s when I was on the council at Santa Monica, we talked, the homeless was a real big issue, specifically in Santa Monica. And I didn't realize how much it affected youth to the point that several kids in grammar school that were coming to our local schools were actually homeless. And I guess one just assumes that they all have a place to sleep, study, and work at. But we forget that sometimes when we're dealing with the homeless population, it's not just that individual, it's the family. And in many cases, the whole family is homeless, which then affects a lot of our youth. And Congress passed a resolution recognizing this. This was also back in 2007, and really brought it to the forefront on a national level. And I know there's many now states, cities, and counties that are really trying to get a handle on that. And it was kind of sad to see, and you're probably hearing about in the news, this last fire that just took place in LA. It started, I think, with these pellets that were stored underneath freeway underpass on the 10 freeway. But now we're hearing that there was young individuals, homeless people, that were camped out down there as well. And in many cases, that's where they find shelter, under these underpasses and overpasses that we have throughout the interstate in California. But it was sad to see that this thing went up in flames, and now it's literally shut down one of the busiest freeways in the country.
The 10, right?
The 10
Yes,
freeway.
yeah.
I didn't realize I think the governor was down there a couple days ago with our mayor of LA, and they came out with a figure, I think it was close to 400,000 people travel on that 10 on an average day.
You're going to have to get a special task force in there
Oh.
and build that quick, right?
Oh, they're gonna, yeah. It kind of reminds. I don't know if you remember when the '94 earthquake hit us. We lost
Yes.
the 10.
That's
It was
right.
not in the downtown. It was actually off of La Cienega. But it was pretty
Northridge?
close.
Northridge earthquake?
Northridge earthquake.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was devastating. And it looks like this one is in the same situation, but hopefully, just like they did that one in terms of the repairs, it was expedited and it happened pretty quick. So, but to date, it's still closed, and it's probably going to be closed, I imagine, for at least a couple of weeks, maybe even a month. I don't know how quick. They're still doing the analysis to try to figure out how bad it is and if they could just reinforce it or if they have to level it. But it just kind of brought home this whole issue, especially as we're talking about November, the National Homeless Youth Awareness throughout the country. And then the last one I also just wanted to recognize that it's also National Native American Heritage Month, observed every November in the United States, in which we celebrate and pay tribute to the indigenous people, past and present, their rich and diverse traditions, languages, and histories, and their significant contributions to the establishment of the growth of the United States. On August 3rd, 1990, President George W. Bush declared the month of November as National American Indian Heritage Month, also referred to as the Native American Heritage Month. This commemorates the month expanded on earlier week-long celebrations established back in 1976 and 1986. So those are just a few that I wanted to mention, and I'll turn to, it looks like my Deputy Controller has a few as well, and then I'll ask if anybody else has them.
Thank you, Chairman, and on behalf of the Controller, I want to welcome everyone and good morning to you all. Good morning to everyone viewing online. I'm happy to be in the month of November as we're gearing towards the end of the year. I'd like to start this morning raising awareness about something very tragic and unjust happening in the life of public service where we consider ourselves humanitarians, and it's a Greek word for lover of humanity. So when you do see an injustice somewhere, you want to speak out about it. And although it's happening 7,000 miles away, I believe it affects each and every one of us. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, the DRC for short, is experiencing one of the largest internal displacements and growing humanitarian crisis in the world. DRC is Africa's fourth most populous country, the world's largest producer of cobalt and copper that supplies our electric vehicles, our batteries, and hopes for a greener future. Unfortunately, according to a United Nations report, there are 7 million people who have been displaced due to escalating violence, which has created a very volatile situation in the eastern Congo, particularly in the month of October alone. There have been nearly 300,000 people who have fled their homes because of violence. The most recent escalation of violence has uprooted more people in less time than rarely seen before, and for decades the Congolese people have been living through a storm of crisis and political violence, food insecurity, and disasters such as flood and landslides that has created a widespread instability and threatens families from meeting their basic needs. So I ask, with a sincere heart, on behalf of the Controller, everyone keep the Congolese people in your thoughts and prayers for everlasting peace and justice and equality, because the young generations of Congolese people deserve a bright and promising future free from violence and terror. And moving on, I want to take a moment to recognize November as National Alzheimer's Awareness Month. Alzheimer's disease is the leading death cause of death in our seniors. It's a heartbreaking and incurable condition present in more than 6 million Americans that erases precious memories, reduces cognitive abilities, and limits the ability for one to live independently. In California alone, there's an estimated 720,000 people who are living with Alzheimer's disease or related dementia. More than any other U.S. state, 3 California counties, Los Angeles, San Diego, and Orange, are in the top 10 for total number of people living with the disease nationwide. So as leaders, we must ensure anyone diagnosed with Alzheimer's or any related dementia can access proper medical care. We must harness the innovative ideas of the scientific community and work to prevent this disease, to ramp up research and development aimed at uncovering the answers to Alzheimer's and other related dementia. This is something personal to me. My own father suffers from Parkinson's disease. It's an incurable condition, and I see the effect that it has on him every day, but he's a fighter, and I'm hoping one day there will be a cure. So this November, let us honor the memory of those we have tragically lost to Alzheimer's and other related dementias, and recognize the millions of Americans who are living with the impact of this condition every day, and all the incredible caregivers, the doctors, researchers, and advocates supporting them. Let us come together to renew our efforts to ensure more Californians can live their lives with full happiness and eternal health. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. I see Member Gaines, and I guess also I see Mr. Schaefer, and I'm sure my vice chair might have some comments as well. Go ahead, Member.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate that, and I just wanted to also thank you for reflecting on the Congo and what's happening there. I've been reading that there were lots of an unstable government there, but I didn't know the magnitude of how many people were impacted, and 7 million people displaced.
Yeah, 7
Yeah.
million and counting, yes.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. I just wanted to share with you a great weekend that I had. Celebrating our veterans. Friday, I went to William Jessup University's chapel service, where Army Chaplain Des Nelson delivered a powerful message of love, honor, and respect for America's veterans and the tremendous sacrifices that they have made to keep us safe and free. Saturday morning, I went to a veterans breakfast in El Dorado County in my district, which is my home county, and I had a great time listening to the stories of veterans about their active duty and also about their needs in civilian life. We need to do everything we can to support our vets. I know that we offer some tax exemptions, but I'm glad that we're taking a look at those exemptions to see how we can improve them for veterans. When I was in the legislature, I carried a bill to help veterans with their property taxes, and was proud to support other bills that tried to do the same thing. And I will continue to support future efforts, especially here at the Board of Equalization. And lastly, I just want to thank the men and women who have served in such honor and bravery, including my own father, who flew 35 missions over Europe as a tail gunner in a B-17 bomber during World War II. And he shared some horrific stories with me. So I just forever revere veterans and what they do. And so bless them for defending this great nation. And in closing, on a more sobering note, I want to share with you that there's tragic news that I just heard about yesterday as several of our active duty service members, including Shane Barnes, passed away this week in a helicopter training accident over the Mediterranean. And I think it was a refueling exercise, and all on board perished. And Shane was a graduate of Jesuit High School here in Sacramento, and is a graduate of Gonzaga University. He and other service members who died were assigned to the 1st Battalion, 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment. And I'd like to share some of Shane's own words about his decision to serve his countrymen. In 2015, in a news article, he said, and I quote, "I signed up to keep the evils that plague our world out of my country as best I can. The legacy I choose to leave is that I defended those I love, unquote. I did not know Shane, but my heart fills with pride over his life and his selflessness. We celebrated our veterans this week. We will mourn them in May with solemn remembrance. I will be thinking of Shane and his devotion to America. This young man is the finest our country has to offer. He had every opportunity in the world open to him, and he chose to put himself in harm's way so that we might continue to live free. He leaves behind a wife who is also a Black Hawk pilot, as well as 2 young daughters. I bless him and his family. May those who knew and loved him find some solace in his memory. May every American keep him in his family and in their hearts. Earlier this year, I shared another story with John Sachs, who's the son of Steve Sachs, who played for the LA Dodgers. But he was a neighbor of ours when we lived in Roseville, and John was he was a pilot of an Osprey, which is an aircraft that can turn into a similar aircraft as a helicopter, and again, a training exercise and some sort of mechanical failure, and that entire crew was lost. And so I just I'm mourn for those who have given up their lives, and I just, it begs the question, how many of our soldiers do we lose in training exercises? I don't know that number, but here's 2 that have happened in 1 year, just in the local area here. So my thoughts and prayers to the family and the heroes that these individuals are. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. I didn't know Steve Sachs' family was up north.
Yeah, he and his brother Dave, they played together a
Right,
year.
for a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, are from West Sac.
Wow.
And they both settled in Roseville. They live about 4 houses from each other. Real close family. Great family.
Great ball player.
Yes, absolutely.
Member Schaefer, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. November always is important to me. It's my dad's birthday. He would be 127 here with us today. We always made it important to salute the veterans. He was a Fighting Bob American Legion chapter president, and he would always take me as a kid out to Fort Rosecrans, and we'd spend Memorial Day and Veterans Day laying wreaths at the graves of the fallen. Another reason that today is important is it is the 75th birthday of somebody we all have a great respect for. I knew him as Prince Charles, and he became King Charles. And you all know that his second born is one of our constituents here in California, and if he gets a green card, he can go to work. Thank you.
Thank you. By Vice Chair Lieber, yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't planning to say anything, but I'm very moved by all the comments of my fellow board members, and especially in terms of Veterans Day. There's so much more that we can do for veterans in California in terms of property taxes, and one of my dreams is that we would follow suit with some other states and reduce the income taxes on veterans' retirement earnings. I think that would be the right thing to do. And so we have plenty of capacity there. And the real roots of Veterans Day go back to Armistice Day and the end of World War I, that was called the War to End All Wars. And what a gift to humanity that would be. And as Mr. Gaines pointed out, it's probably not possible to end all accidents that occur from protective missions, but whatever we could do to stop conflict around the world, as our controller's representative mentioned. I had the opportunity from 2015 to 2018 to work on the refugee crisis in Europe and to work directly with refugees coming from many different countries, Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Sudan, South Sudan, et cetera, et cetera. And the long tail of war is indeed very, very long, and it's generational in most cases. And I just think that one of the great advancements of humanity, if we can make it, is to reduce conflicts and reduce the need for refugee flows around the world. And the times that we're living in right now, over the past month, we've seen the difficulties that are inherent in that. And I think that there's just a lot that we can each do to try to reduce conflicts on all levels and try to do our part for our species. Thank you.
Thank you. No, you're right. I forgot to mention that this, you're right. It started as Armistice Day back in 1926, and it wasn't until 1938 that it actually became a national holiday under veterans, right? But thank you all for those opening remarks. And with that, let me turn it back to Ms. Cicchetti and see what our first order of business is.
Good morning. Our first order of business is our informational announcement. This meeting is live streamed to the public and posted on the BOE YouTube channel. Therefore, we ask that all speakers please state your name first before you begin speaking for the record. We ask that you speak clearly and slowly into the microphone. First, I would like to remind the audience to silence their cell phones and any other wireless devices. Second, public comment is taken on each agenda item. The public will be invited to comment on matters before the board. If there are any members of the public wishing to speak before the board on any agenda item in person, we ask that you complete and submit to the Sergeant of Arms a public comment appearance sheet located at the entrance of the auditorium. If you wish to speak before the board by telephone, please dial the phone number and access code provided on our public agenda notice and follow the instructions with the AT&T moderator. If you intend to make a public comment using the AT&T moderator, we recommend dialing into the meeting on the teleconference line before the beginning of the agenda item you wish to speak. We recommend this as the audio broadcast on our website experiences a 1 to 3 minute delay between the live stream and the live event. When giving public comments, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. This concludes the informational announcement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cicchetti. And I see no comments, so
Continue on.
we'll continue on.
Okay. The first item today is public comments on matters not on the agenda. Persons who wish to address the State Board of Equalization regarding items not on the agenda may do so under this agenda item. Please note that the board cannot take action on these items not on the agenda. However, the board can schedule issues raised by the public for consideration at future meetings. When giving your public comment, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. I do not have any written comments on this item, and I do not have anyone in the audience that I know of who would like that. I do not have anyone in the audience who'd like to come forward. So let's go to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
If they wish to make a public comment at this time, please press 1, then 0 on your phone. Again, to make a public comment at this time, it's 1, then 0.
Thank you.
And no lines have queued up for a question. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Hearing no comments, and we'll go ahead and move on with our first item.
Perfect. Our first order of business is tax program matters, non-appearance adjudicatory. I believe, let's see if we're going to go to teams.
Yes.
Let's go. We have the presenter, and I believe Ms. Cohen is on the line. So if we want to recognize her before we begin. And we have Ms. Wilkman and let's see if she's on the line. Could just hold on one second. Is she not there? All righty. All right. Well, we don't see her, so then we'll continue on if that's okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
She should be online.
I wonder if she's on the,
Is she on a phone line?
Is she on the telephone line? Did she come in via
She
telephone?
says she's on the Teams
On
line.
the
yeah,
Teams?
she is not, so I'm wondering, let me just resend this to you, Mr. Imran. I'm just wondering if somehow she got mixed up. I can forward that to her.
Unknown caller.
This little technical, we'll hold on for a second.
All right.
Just let everyone know that we are trying to make a connection. All righty, there we go. I believe we have our connection
Good morning,
now.
colleagues.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Chair. Sorry about the technical difficulty, but I'm on. I'm ready to go.
No problem. All right, we'll go
Okay.
ahead, Ms.
All right.
Scotty.
Then I will call the item then. Item 2, property tax matters, petition for reassessment of the 2023 unitary value non-appearance adjudicatory. SFPP LP, SAU 23026, contribution disclosure forms are required pursuant to Government Code Section 15626. Board Proceedings has not received contribution disclosure forms for this morning's hearing for all the parties, agents, and participants. Not all contribution disclosure forms were filed. The members noted that their records disclose no contributions from these taxpayers, their agents, or participants. All parties, agents, and participants are on the memorandum provided to your office. Members must be mindful of the prohibition of ex parte communications for adjudicatory matters, with any violation of this prohibition being disclosed for the record. This is a constitutional function. This matter will be presented by Ms. Wilkman.
Welcome. I don't know if we can hear you, though.
Thank you.
Oh, there we go.
Good morning, Chairman Vasquez and honorable members of the board. My name is Sarah Wilkman, and I'm the appeals attorney for the State Board of Equalization assigned to this case. I have submitted a summary decision for your consideration. In this case, the petitioner has waived their appearance and is requesting the board decide this petition based on the written record. Petitioner has raised one primary issue in the petition, and it's whether the basic capitalization rate must be increased. Based on the written record and reflected in greater detail within my summary decision, the petitioner has not met the burden of proof in this petition. Accordingly, I recommend that the board deny this petition, thereby affirming the 2023 board-adopted unitary value. I ask for the board's adoption of my recommendation.
I have a quick question, and then I'll turn to members if anybody else has any other comments. First of all, thank you for your presentation. I see this case is about a new technology possibly affecting future revenues to where we might need to revisit it as we move forward with data that we receive. And in this case, something we should look at is possibly a rule. Maybe a rule needs to be changed or amended, or just even discuss through the issue of paper-interested parties. Looking forward, I'm thinking, down the road in like 2026, through into the 30s, I'm just wondering, is this kind of a premature point at this point? Because I know now as we're talking about, this AI, this artificial intelligence, it seems to be popping up. We're probably going to see more and more of this.
Thank you for the question, Chairman Vasquez. This particular petition does not actually touch upon new technology in this petition year. It's definitely an interesting thought, but I'd caution we don't want to stray from discussion of the agendized item. And if you have a specific question about the petitioner's industry that was not actually, addressed or raised in the scope of this petition, I'm sure the executive director would confirm. We'd be happy to address the question with your office offline.
Okay. Yeah, I know we can't get into the issue because obviously they're not here and it's kind of an ex parte. I was just kind of looking into the future, but I guess that's something we could take up later. Thank you, though.
Of course.
Seeing no other hand. Oh, yeah, Member Gaines has a comment for you.
Well, I'm not sure if I can ask the question, so how do I handle that? Should I just ask it and then you can tell me whether you can answer it or not?
I'll do my best to respond if I can.
Because, based on the information that, what I surmised from the information I gathered prior to this meeting was that that this just may be premature in terms of the request of the appellant, and that in time, the depreciation, as argued by the appellant, could in fact be a valid position in the years to come.
I definitely say that's a good question. None of us has a perfectly accurate crystal ball, but certainly petitioners in the department look at issues raised regularly every year, and I'm sure if an adjustment as to any issue discussed after filing their property statement is appropriate, that future years may address.
That's great. So, we'll just see what happens in the future, and we'll go from there. Thank you. I appreciate it.
No, you're right. I think it opens up, down the road, possible questions. I can't see my controller on the screen, but I'll just ask if there's a question from the controller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not on the screen. I'm just calling in the meeting today, but I have no further questions. It's pretty clear-cut, excellent presentation by the staff.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands. Oh, yeah, Member Schaefer, go ahead.
I see the petitioner has several substantial interest in my district. Petitioners asked for a appeals conference. Is there any situation that we should be involved in that, or is that appeals conference handled with staff? And I assume that the findings and decisions will be provided as requested.
Thank you for that question, Member Schaefer. Yes, as a part of this petition process, an appeals conference has already been held, and the summary decision is before you with that in the record. And certainly the decision, if adopted, is certainly shared with the petitioner.
So there will be findings and decisions published.
Correct.
Thank you.
Confidentially, though, as this case does not meet public disclosure statute.
Thank you.
Seeing no other hands, I would just move to recommend the staff adoption of this. And it's been seconded by my vice chair. Seeing no other hands, Ms.
Ready?
Cicchetti, we don't have any written comments on this, do we?
I have no written comments on this item, and I have no one in the audience. So let's go to the moderator. AT&T moderator, do we have anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
Again, for public comment, it's 1, then 0 on your phone. An operator will take your name and give you further instructions. Again, for comments on the phone line, it's 1, then 0. And nothing from the phone lines at this time. Please go ahead.
Thank you, moderator. All right, I have a motion on the floor to adopt staff recommendation made by Mr. Vasquez, seconded by Ms. Lieber. I'll take roll. Chair Vasquez.
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer. Oh, gosh, I'm sorry. Vice Chair Lieber, gosh,
Pretty close. Aye.
I'm reading from the script, obviously.
I'm looking at the script myself. I
Yes,
didn't catch that.
yeah, that's what you get for reading and not looking. I
You're
apologize.
recycling old papers, I think.
I guess that's what we're doing. Vice Chair Lieber, my apologies.
Aye.
Member Gaines,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Controller Cohen.
Aye.
So that's unanimous of all those present. With that, Ms. Cicchetti, if you would go on to our next item.
Our next item on the agenda is tax program matters, non-appearance adjudicatory. Item number 3, petition for a reassessment of the 2023 unitary value, non-appearance adjudicatory. CalNev Pipeline LLC, SAU 23-027. Contribution disclosure forms are required pursuant to Government Code Section 15626. Board proceedings has not received all contribution disclosure forms on this appeal from the parties, agents, and participants. Not all contribution disclosure forms were filed. The members noted that their records disclosed no contribution from these taxpayers, their agents, or their participants. All parties, agents, and participants are on the memorandum provided to your office. Members must be mindful of the prohibition of ex parte communications for adjudicatory matters, with any violation of the prohibition being disclosed for record. This is a constitutional function, and this matter is being presented by Ms. Wilkman.
Good morning again, Chairman Vasquez and honorable members of the board. I, Sarah Wilkman, was the appeals attorney for the State Board of Equalization assigned to this case. I have submitted a summary decision for CalNev Pipeline LLC for your consideration. In this case, the petitioner has waived their appearance and is requesting the board decide this petition on the basis of the written record. Petitioner has raised one primary issue in this petition, whether the basic capitalization rate must be increased. Based on the written record and reflected in greater detail within the summary decision, petitioner has not met the burden of proof in this petition. Accordingly, I recommend that the board deny this petition, thereby affirming the 2023 board-adopted unitary value. I ask for the board's adoption of my recommendation.
Seeing no hands, and I'm assuming the controller has no questions on this?
Correct, no questions.
With that, I'd like to move the staff recommendation, and it's been seconded by my vice chair. Seeing no hands. We don't have any written comments or. any
No
comments
written
on this.
comments on this item, and I have no one in the audience present who wanted to make a comment on this item. Let's go to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
Again, for public comments on the item, it's 1, then 0 on your phone. And no one from the phone lines is looking to make a comment. Please go ahead.
Thank you, moderator.
I
Ready?
think we have one question real quick.
Sure.
Member Gaines, I think has a
Just
question.
a question of clarification in terms of determining tax, the tax for this, in this individual case. Can you go over the criteria that's considered in order to determine the tax and valuation?
Member Gaines, the tax at issue is not actually a part of the petition process. It's sort of an outflow therefrom, but certainly a good question that I'm sure the we'd be happy to follow up with you offline on.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
No problem.
All right.
With that, I think we're ready for a vote.
I have a motion on the floor, presented by Mr. Vasquez, seconded by the Vice Chair Lieber, to adopt staff recommendation. I'll take roll. Chair Vasquez,
Aye?
Vice Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Member Gaines,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Controller Cohen.
Aye.
So that's unanimous of all those present. With that, Ms. Cicchetti, what's our next item?
Our next item on the agenda is item number 4, Tax Program Matters Non-Appearance Consent. Petition for reassessment of the 2023 Unitary Value Non-Appearance Consent. California Rural Service Area Number 1, Inc., DBA US Cellular. Contribution disclosure forms are not required pursuant to Government Code Section 15626. This is a constitutional function. This matter is being presented by Ms. Yim. Ms. Yim is on Teams. Let's see if we could get her highlighted. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Vasquez and honorable members of the board. I'm Sonia Yim, the appeals attorney for the State Board of Equalization assigned to this case. I've submitted a summary decision for California Rural Service Area Number 1 for your consideration. Based on the written record and the agreement of the parties, and as reflected in greater detail within my summary decision, I recommend that the board grant the petition in part, consistent with SAPD's revised recommendation. I ask for the board's adoption of my recommendation.
Seeing no hands on this issue,
Motion to approve?
it's been moved by Member Gaines to approve, and I guess I'll second that. We don't have any
Alrighty.
written comments on this one, do we?
I have no written comments, and I have no one in the audience who'd like to make a comment. Let's go to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
Again, for public comments on this item, please press 1, then 0 on your phone. Again, 1, then 0 on the phone lines to make a comment on the item. And no responses from the phone line at this time. Please go ahead.
Thank you, moderator. I have a motion made by Mr. Gaines, seconded by Chair Vasquez, to adopt staff recommendation on this item. I'm going to take roll. Chair Vasquez,
Aye?
Vice Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Member Gaines,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Controller Cohen.
Aye.
So that's unanimous of all those present. With that, Ms. Cicchetti, if you go on to the next item.
Yes, we're ready. The next item on the agenda is Tax Program Matters Non-Appearance Consent. Item number 5, petition for reassessment and reallocation of the 2023 Unitary Value Non-Appearance Consent. Vero Fiber Networks LLC. Contribution disclosure forms not required pursuant to Government Code Section 15626. This is a constitutional function, and this matter is being presented by Ms. Wilkman.
Thank you. Good morning again, Chairman Vasquez and honorable members of the board. I, Sarah Wilkman, was the appeals attorney for the State Board of Equalization assigned to this case. I have submitted a summary decision for Vero Fiber Networks, LLC, for your consideration. Based on the written record and the agreement of the parties that is reflected within that summary decision, I am recommending that the board deny this petition with the understanding that the parties have agreed to engage in a limited scope audit. I ask for the board's adoption of my recommendation.
Motion to approve?
It's been moved by Member Gaines. I'll go ahead and second that. Seeing no hands or comments, do we have any, let me just check with the controller. Do we have any questions from the controller?
Hi. No question. Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty. I have no written comments on this item and no one in the audience who'd like to make a comment. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
Ladies and gentlemen, to make comment on this item over the phone, please press 10 at this time. An operator will gather your name and place you in the queue. 10 for comments. And Madam Chair, we have no callers queued up.
Thank you. I have a motion made by Mr. Gaines, seconded by Chair Vasquez to adopt the staff recommendation. I'll take roll. Chair Vasquez?
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Member Gaines?
Aye?
Member Schaefer?
Aye.
Controller Cohen?
Aye.
So it's unanimous of all those present. With that, Ms. Cicchetti, if you take our next item.
We are up to number 6. Tax Program Matters, State Assessed Property Board Role Changes. Changes to values of the 2022-2023 state assessed properties as recommended by staff. Contribution disclosure forms are not required pursuant to Government Code Section 15626. This is a constitutional function. Mr. McCool will present this item.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Vasquez and honorable members of the board. My name is Jack McCool, Chief of the State Assessed Properties Division. Revenue and Taxation Code Section 4876 allows for correction of errors on the state assessed roll. I am here to present roll changes to the state assessed roll for the board's consideration. Both roll changes are to correct staff errors. The first change would fix a staff error that incorrectly allocated the assessee's value to the wrong county. This change results in no change in value for the assessee, but simply changes which county the value is allocated to. The second rule change would fix a staff data entry error where a small amount of value was entered twice for the assessee. This change would remove the duplicate amount. Upon the board's adoption of these changes, SAPD staff will then notify each county of the role changes, and the counties will be responsible for processing any applicable property tax refunds. The state assessee will also receive notice of the role changes and will be informed of each value change adopted by the board. I am available to answer any questions you may have and ask for your adoption of these role changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCool. Members, do we have any questions? Oh, Member Gaines, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. McCool. And I'm just curious as to these corrections in terms of, what can be done to prevent them from happening in the future? Or should there be an expectation that, there's going to be some element of human error, and that's just the way we function?
Sure. Thank you for the question. I do think that given the amount of data that we receive for 300 plus assessees, what our current technology limitations are and the amount of data entry our staff have to do, I do believe some amount of error is something we do have to live with. We do strive in all of these matters to take a second look at how the error occurred in each specific case and see if there is a way that we can prevent it in the future. We've really had a lot of just data entry errors lately, and it's very difficult to catch those with the volume of data we have. I don't want to get ahead of the agenda, but I know Ms. Renati will be speaking later about some technology modernization efforts that are underway that are longer-term fixes. It would be fantastic if we have a lot less data entry in a future technology solution. I think that would greatly improve and would greatly reduce the amount of these data entry errors that we see.
Okay. And are they typically found by a county assessor that finds that there's a valuation that's not in their county?
I think in most cases, it's actually our state assessees that catch an error.
Okay.
Sometimes we do hear from counties, but most of the time, it's either state assessee has caught it, or our staff will actually catch it also. So I think it's probably about 60-40 assessee catching it, and 40% our staff.
Great. Thank you.
Of course.
Seeing no other hands or comments, then I would, unless the controller has any comments or questions.
Councilman Poole, hello. I know that you said this before. I think the last time we did this, we dealt with state assessees, and that the human error is I guess what there's just humans that are keying in the data. Is that correct? I want to understand that correctly, right?
Correct.
That was the most articulate way to say it. Human error is accounting, is what you're attributing to these shortcomings.
In these particular corrections, that is correct, yes.
That's okay.
Hearing and seeing no other comments, then I would just move the staff recommendation. And then second by my vice chair, Ms. Lieber. Do we have any written comments on this one, Ms. Chair?
Okay, let me get this down. All right. We have no written comments on this item, and I have no one in the audience who'd like to make a public comment. Let's go to the moderator. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
Again, for comment over the phone, press 10 at this time. And Madam Chair, we have no callers in queue.
Thank you. Already have a motion presented by Mr. Vasquez, with the second of the Vice Chair Lieber, to adopt the board roll changes as presented by staff. Take roll. Chair Vasquez.
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber.
Aye.
Member Gaines.
Aye.
Member Schaefer.
Aye.
Controller Cohen.
Did we lose her?
I have here that she has left the call.
Okay. So that's still, we still have unanimous on that, or actually, a majority.
What is the status of the controller?
I think she might have left the call. She might have dropped the call. She was on the phone.
It appears as if she's been, she either
She's
dropped
trying
the
to
call
reconnect?
or I have that she has left.
Excuse me, members, Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. I'm sure the governor's attorney will agree with me. Since it appears that the controller has left the call, we have a couple of options here, because perhaps she has a technology issue. We can hold the vote open so that she can cast her vote when she reconnect, or we can complete the vote, and then should she reconnect, we can go ahead and reestablish the vote.
So are we able to hold it like to the end of the day, or how long?
To
Is
the
that
end of the day,
okay.
yes.
Since we're, pardon me, Chairman,
Go ahead, member.
since we have full authority to dispose of it, it's just like we have a quorum, that's all we need. I would like to clear it off our calendar and proceed.
Go ahead, Vice Chair Lieber.
So if I'm understanding the mechanism correctly, we can complete the vote, and then if the controller is able to reconnect her technology, then we could reopen the vote for her. And so I'd like to suggest that, so that we, if she's not able to make the technology work, which is often the case, that we've dispensed with the item.
We don't know that she really has an interest in voting on this. She may just have an interest in being a faithful servant, and she has a lot of things demanding her attention. I wouldn't want us to inconvenience our docket and the public by adding it to the end of our, just on the theory that it was a mechanical defect and that she wants to participate. If that were the case, I think she would have called us back by now.
Thank you, Member Schaefer. I just got a note from the Deputy Controller that the Controller does want to exercise her vote, and she is reconnecting.
Whatever she wants to do, I'm for that.
There she is.
We'll give her a minute.
Hi, it's Malia.
Yes.
Sorry.
No problem.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Tony, I'm sorry. I think you might have to do the vote again because the call dropped.
Yes. No, we didn't finish the call, so let me just have Ms. Cicchetti call you right now and get your vote on this item.
Yeah.
We had a motion on the table that Mr. Vasquez presented, and it was seconded by the vice chair to adopt the board roll changes as presented by staff. All the votes were taken except Controller Cohen.
Aye.
There you go.
So now it's unanimous. Now we can move forward. Thank you. With that, Ms. Cicchetti, what's the next item of?
All righty, the next item on the agenda is closed session, item number 7, Personnel Matters, Government Code Section 11126A1. The board will take public comment first before recess and going into closed session to discuss personnel matters. I don't have any written comments on this item, and I don't have anyone in the audience who wanted to make a public comment regarding this item. Let's go to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
To comment by phone on this item, press 1, then 0. An operator will gather your name and place you in queue. That's 1, 0 on your phone's keypad, please. And Madam Chair, again, we have no callers queuing up.
Thank you, moderator. All righty, at this point.
With that, then the board will go into, we're going to recess into closed session right now. All right, we're reconvening the meeting at 11:21. And I have a report from Ms. Taylor.
Yes, I would like to report that the Board of Equalization did not meet in closed session today.
Ms. Cicchetti, if you'd please call the next item of business.
All righty, here we go. We're up to item number 8. Board Member Matters and Initiatives, 2024 Board Meeting Annual Agenda Workload Plan, Potential Issues Calendar. Further discussion on proposed 2024 Board Meeting Workload Plan, identifying potential issues, roadmap for coming year. This item is being presented by Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Ms. Cicchetti. Members, attaches a revised draft of the 2024 potential issues workload plan for your review input. 2 additional issues have been added. 1, that we review and provide our input for updating the board meeting reference manual, publication 311. And 2, that we review and consider approving a blueprint of low-income housing incentives based on the October 19, 2023 Affordable Housing Work Group hearing recommendations. Regarding the board meeting reference manual, our prior executive director, Brenda Fleming, sent us the current draft of the board meeting reference manual on March the 5th, 2021, and asked that we provide our input and suggest changes, which my office did a few weeks later, and I think maybe Member Schaefer's did also, possibly regarding the Bagley King issue. Unfortunately, she and we were so busy implementing Prop 19 that the input process for the manual was set aside, and the draft ended up being published. So for the 2024, this is an important project for us, as we and the public rely on the manual for guidance in noticing and conducting our meetings. It's my understanding that the board proceedings and the legal department are working on updates now, and once it's ready for our review, we will have time to provide our input and suggestions in a collaborative effort to ensure best practice in its development before we give our final approval. Regarding our review and eventual approval of a blueprint for low-income housing incentives from the October 19th Affordable Housing Work Group, once my office has a completed draft, I would like to submit it to the board and the executive director for comments and suggestions, again, following best practice to ensure that we have a document we are proud to distribute to the participants, the legislature, and the governor. Finally, I want to clarify once again that the goal of this potential issues plan is simply to provide a general 2024 roadmap, not any assignments, to help us and the executive director and staff she designates to tentatively plan for significant matters that may need board attention or may be worthy of presentations in an open forum of our meetings. And it is flexible enough to allow for real-time adjustments as unanticipated issues arise. As indicated in the governor's policy, our goal is to fully inform our stakeholders, the public, through transparency and meaningful opportunities for their communication and engagement. Members, do we have any input or comments, as I intend to bring this back next month so we can make any further changes that may be needed? And I know my vice chair might be a little crippled on this because you weren't part of the original discussion, but if you have some comments, I will turn to my vice chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, the most general comment that I have, and everything here looks really good and worthy of the board's review and potential action. And at our last meeting, we talked about the work plan coming back after December to add in some details about a potential work group on taxes and environmental challenges. And we have some reasons for bringing that up after December. So it seemed like the consensus of the board at the last meeting was to bring this back after December. And then secondarily, I'm not sure that I've gotten the, well, I see now that there is a link, so, for the board meeting reference manual. So I'd like to have an opportunity. I think I'm the only newbie up here who probably hasn't had exposure to that one, so obviously on that score.
Any other comments or questions from either of these? We're good? With that.
Chairman Vasquez?
1 second.
I'm sorry. May I make a comment?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. I want to make a specific comment and then in general. Let me go the Pacific first. On the current proposed plan, item 14 is the board meeting reference manual. That is a publication that we do have. It is currently dated. It has some outdated information in it. And as the chairman said, board proceedings and legal is in the process of updating that manual. I am committed to providing the board members with the opportunity to provide input on what should be included in that manual. You indicated that the prior executive director, Ms. Fleming, provided that same opportunity. What has not been clear to me and not documented is the input that was received from the various offices. It was not transferred over to me when I became an executive director. And when the former executive director, who became my consultant, she did not indicate to me that whatever input that was provided, that she had accepted it. So with that being said, what I would like to do is send all members a copy of the current board reference manual, and you can see the information and you can provide your input on what you would like to see change. And we can go from there. So that's item 15. And this is very similar to item 14, and I hate when I do my numbers backwards, but it's what I do. The annual BOE report to the annual report to the governor. As you know, I generally provide you a report out in the spring on that report. We are also in the process of doing that report that will cover those items as are identified in the government code. I'm open and would welcome your feedback on what you would like to have in that annual report. So what I will be doing in the near future is sending you a copy, although you already have one, but sending you a copy of the current annual report so that you can use as a guideline, and then you can provide me feedback on what else you would like to be included, so we could move forward. Now, I will admit that item 14 and 15, I did have some discussions with the chairman's office on where it should be placed on the agenda, and it's just a question of where. I think we're all in agreement that every board member should have the opportunity to have feedback, input. And then at the end of the day, the board, especially when it comes to the board reference manual, should be able to discuss it in a public forum and approve it. So you may find this coming on the agenda in different locations. But just know that I am committed to have you guys input on these two items. The other items, the more specific, is the ones under the executive director's report, items 17 through 21. I am definitely committed to providing a report on the outlook for 2020-24. But as I shared with the chairman's office, I highly recommend that this report out is done on an agency-wide basis and not department by department. And I say this because first of all, each month, my team of senior managers, they come to you every month and they give you a report on what they have accomplished. So I question whether or not if they have to give you a report out on what they expect. I also feel that this report out is a forward-looking report, and it really should be done on an agency-wide basis. And mainly because when you look at how we operate, a lot of my management team, the communication chief, he's in support of the entire agency. Legislation division chief is in support of the entire agency. So their priorities and challenges and goals are going to be priorities and challenges and goals of the entire agency. And let's be frank, our main program is property tax. So again, I open to it, but think it should be on an agency-wide report and something that I would like to present to the board next year when I do it'll be more logical when I do the year-end review and what we accomplished in 2023. The following month, if not that same month, I should be presenting to you on an agency-wide basis the priorities and goals for the agency. And I feel that that is my responsibility to all 5 of you, and you guys should have that information in order to exercise your oversight over the agency. So that's the specific items. In general, I'm open to all of these, and I appreciate the chairman taking the time to organize it so that we do have a roadmap of what to look for in the future. And I also appreciate that no dates are assigned to these different tasks, because that provides me with the opportunity in general to plan out the workload for my staff, and also provides you guys the opportunity to plan out your workload if any of these items are going to end up being a board member initiative or a board work group item. So again, I do appreciate that flexibility and open to this plan, but with my 2 little caveats. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? If not, then I'm sorry,
If I
go ahead,
could,
again.
yeah, just in terms of this proposed board meeting agenda, so can we, with regard to the workload plan, are these things that we can amend as we move forward?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It's a fluid. I mean, remember we started this, I don't even remember way back when Brenda was our executive director, and then Prop 19 hit, and things just got put on hold.
That's right.
Because we just zeroed in on it. It was just like all hands on deck. And, but this is, I think it's something that, and reviewing it back, it just kind of brings back, and it actually, a lot of it kind of grew out of, remember we actually did a retreat, which I thought was pretty helpful back then, because we were all new coming in 2018.
Right.
And I think it was real helpful when we had that brainstorm and discussion.
Yes.
And a lot of it came out of that. And I think some of these things might have been already accomplished. So, as you're going through this, feel free to, either tweak or delete or say or recommend that, maybe we don't need to continue on that path or on that issue. And I know the executive director is going to be looking at it as well from her eyes as well, from staffing. And let's see if we can get this back on the front burner, really.
Yeah, that's good.
Because at the end of the day, I'm hoping it'll turn into a good roadmap for us going into 2024 and into 2025. With that, we don't have any written comments on this, do we, or anybody who wants to speak on this?
Correct. I have no written comments on this item, and I have no one in the audience who wants to make a statement. Let's go to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
For public comment by phone, press 10 on your phone's keypad, please. At this time, we have no callers in queue.
Thank you.
With that, Mr. Kinney, I guess we can go ahead and move on. I don't think there's any other action on this one at this point.
All right. I'm up to item number 9.
Yes.
Board member matters and initiatives, workforce planning, board work group, report and syllabus. Board work group participants, county assessors, state university and community college educators, state agencies, BOE executive director, and stakeholders. Determine recommendations consistent with strategy. We have two speakers, but I do not believe they are connected yet, but I will introduce them. Honorable Vincent P. Kehoe, Chair, California Assessors Association Education Committee and Mariposa County Assessor. And Joseph Vincenti, Chief Appraiser, Training Division, speaking on behalf of Jeffrey Prang, Vice President, California Assessors Association and LA County Assessor. This item is being presented by Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you. Members, attached to the memo I sent you is the workforce plan syllabus, identifying the key issues and recommendations for your review, for our review and discussion, and with the assessors who have agreed to join us today. We tried to document the key input received from the assessors, college, chancellors, and educators, the Bureau of Real Estate Appraisals, and the BOE over the past 3 years. We also tried to organize everyone's input regarding the challenges, the needs, the highlights, and recommendations and possible next steps under the 4 key strategies adopted in the 2020 comprehensive outline for the Workforce Work Group report. I apologize if we omitted or misstated anything for not noting that some of the recommendations have already been accomplished. With that, let me turn to my co-chair, Member Gaines, to see if he has any comments or
Chair
suggestions.
Vasquez,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I apologize for interrupting you. I've received a notice from your staff that they'd like us to hold off on this item until we could get the speakers
Oh, we
to
don't have-
come on,
Okay.
and that won't be until after lunch. So, yes, so if we
Yes.
could either, we believe they won't be available until after the lunch hour.
Oh, I guess because we
At
moved it
1
up a little
o'clock.
bit earlier. All right, no problem.
Kind of on time.
Chair, what do you mean by speakers? You're talking about the people on page 7?
We have two, we have
There's 6.
Assessor
Keough.
Assessor Keough, and then we also have staff person, Chief Appraiser from LA County, Jeff Prang's office.
So we have 2 speakers.
Yes. And we were originally thought closed session, for example, was going to go longer, so we anticipated, or we gave them a cue that we would be having them speak a little bit later, and since we moved it up, I could see where there could be a conflict. So rather than to continue this without their input, well, we'll just put it off until a little bit, we'll do it after lunch. With that, Ms. Cicchetti,
Is there any way to have stated this 7-page memo and maybe like 4 or 5 pages? Does it get proofread, or
that's what you're going to do.
or did it come from 10 pages down to 7?
That's your task. Well, no, at the end of the, I'm sorry, Vice Chair Schaefer. I mean, you got me saying Vice Chair Schaefer now.
I apologize.
No, there's only one Mr. Schaefer
Right.
around here, the original.
Governor Brown taught us all that less is more.
Well, I did have a question, and understanding that we're going to take this up after lunch to have our valued guest speakers speak, but I was wondering if the chair and the vice chair of the work group might talk to us a little bit about how this is envisioned to move forward, because I also was not entirely clear on that. And I know that we received so much information at the hearing in Santa Monica. But how does this all come together is my question.
Well, Member Gaines and I were working on this for some time, and one of the key issues that came up from some of the hearings prior to our hearing, or the last one, was introduced by folks from LA County staff, along with Jeff Prang. And then we also had, I think you had some assessors up from the north, if I'm not mistaken, Member Gaines. And at the end of the day, as we were discussing this, we started something, but we didn't really complete it. And we were hoping now today, at least with the two speakers we were going to have today, to hopefully come to some consensus and to get your input as well, because you being new and others that have been participating, and even our deputy controller is new on this issue as well. And I'm sure he might have some thoughts or ideas on this as we move it forward. We didn't want to, one, exclude your input, and then two, hopefully, with your synergy and your comments and suggestions, we could make this a lot stronger document moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
The plan. And I don't know if Member Gaines wants to share anything on that.
Just to add on, I think we are suffering from a hiring crisis, really, throughout the state and maybe almost any area of the economy, but certainly as it relates to county assessors and the Board of Equalization, we've got a lot of folks that are retiring that are baby boomers. And so what we wanted to do is just take a look at, identify what the challenges are on a more macro basis, with county assessors, but also for our agency, and identify ways that we might be able to improve our hiring process and provide incentives or programs that would help solve this issue over time. And so that was the goal, and we've got almost a finalized product here, and we're going to get some more input today. But when I take a look at what we've done just internally at the BOE, we've had some very good success in reducing our numbers. But the challenges are very different depending on which county assessor you're speaking to. And we heard many of the challenges that smaller counties are having just in terms of enough budget to hire folks. So I think it's really been a forum that we've tried to provide with key points that we can act on in the future.
Vice Chair Lieber, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's very helpful, and as we look at the pieces of the plan, sort of develop a compensation and classification plan to submit to the legislature, that would happen over the next year, say? Okay.
Over time, yeah.
Okay, super, thank you.
Chair,
Go ahead, Member Schaefer, go ahead.
is there anybody here that it would be inconvenience or prejudice by having to come back who could speak to us now? I mean, we got.
They're not on the line. They're not available right now.
Okay.
That's the issue. Yeah. Otherwise,
I think they're agendized for later in the day, so.
They had it on their schedule, yeah.
All right.
Yeah. With that, Ms. Cicchetti, before we get to the end of the day here, let's continue.
All right, so just for the record, I'm going to say that item 9 will be taken up after lunch today to accommodate the speakers that are going to be presenting with the chair. All righty, so then that gets us to item number 10. Board member matters and initiatives, governance policy annual review and updates, discussion on suggested updates and possible action as appropriate. This item is being presented by Mr. Vasquez.
Okay, members, I submitted for your consideration are 3 sections of the proposed changes that provide clarifying language or additions relevant to functional best practices and governance policies. First, are edits to Section 7, Paragraph H, the Board Work Group Policy and Charter, pages 11 and 12, to reflect present practices that have proven to be effective. The 2 most significant are, number 1, adding another work group purpose that it's a structure for conducting open public forums to discuss and examine complex and emerging issues relevant to the board's leadership and public policy problem solving related to our tax administration programs, while at the same time preserving the interested parties process conducted for proposed regulatory changes or rulemaking in which the full board does not participate. And number 2, stating that in performing the workload, the work group chair and co-chair and their staff do the work, prepare the agendas, supporting materials, the minutes, and reports, and invite participants, including the executive director or her designee. Second, our proposed additions to section number 10, the role of the executive director on page 16 to clarify 2 key points. 1, the first is the executive director's role is one of policy implementation. Under the resolution confirming powers, the executive director performs all acts and things required by law and board, which means that the executive director embraces and respects the board's policies and carries them out. Second, the executive director and the board rules are supportive of each other, serving as one agency under the Constitution with one mission. In conferring powers on the executive director, we both understand that the Board of Equalization is one agency under the state constitution, with the board and the executive director functioning together in collaborative roles with the elected members and dedicated to the focus on setting statewide policy and making judgments on behalf of the people, and with the executive director dedicated to the focuses on implementing the board's policies and delivery of services. And third, our proposed additions to section 9, letter F, communications with the executive director's designated staff and assistants in responding to inquiries and correspondence with other staff communications on page 16. First, the board members and other staff remain committed to the communications protocol in Operations Memo 0001 attached whenever we or our staff have specific questions or correspondence regarding workload assignments or questions for the executive director or the executive management team. And second, however, we also need to include a communications policy for informal, non-work related, or social conversations with the executive director or the executive management team and their staff. No employee should be afraid to talk to the board member, nor any member of their staff be fearful of taking or talking to the employee. This proposal is for a communication policy that requires mutual respect for the qualities, experiences, and roles of each person, and seeks to ensure that individuals of all backgrounds, abilities, perspectives have an equal opportunity to belong, achieve, and contribute. In this way, we strengthen our organization and take it to the next level by inspiring innovative solutions that further our mission. And I state that only because I know when I was the mayor in a city like Santa Monica, I didn't realize our city manager, which I guess would be the same role as our executive director here, they always had this fear they put in the employees that they're not allowed to talk to us. And I'm not talking about policy issues, I'm talking more about just communication. And so I was hoping this would somewhat clarify it in the governance policy. Because I know we can't obviously get into issues, we don't want to get into the micromanaged issue, which we've discussed. Our role is more to set policy, but I also wanted to make sure that we make it clear that staff shouldn't be fearful of communicating, whether it's on their hobbies or whatever it might be that's not related to board policy, for example. And I just throw that out there as one example. Yes, Vice Chair Lieber.
Thank you. I had some questions, and I definitely am eager at some point to get into the meat of it.
Yes.
And the text that's been put forward. So on Thursday, the day before the holiday, I got 3 iterations of the policy coming forward to me. And the last one that I got, that was the only one that came to me from board proceedings, was at 4:21. And then I got an email at 6:21 with the draft that's stamped confidential. And I'm a little bit concerned about something as important as the governance policy, that there still is not a solid draft on the website as of 9:30 this morning. And so has the public had a chance to see this? Sir,
Thank you, Vice
anyone?
Chair Lieber. Governor's Council is coming up to perhaps answer some of those questions.
Julia Himovitz on behalf of the legal department. So, before you today is a discussion of changes to the governance policy, which was properly agendized by the chairman and his office. The materials did come somewhat late and have not been posted to the PAN, but I believe so two things. The proposal before you is to allow for the board as a group to have a discussion regarding changes. The changes I believe that are before you are to start a discussion, and no action has occurred by the consensus of the board to make any of these changes. The board proceedings division has a protocol for getting materials before the public and before the board members. And so because it did come in rather late in the timeline, it was not able to be posted to PAN, but will be posted. This discussion is also scheduled, I believe, to continue into the future. And as I've discussed before, you guys can change your governance policy at any time. So in terms of what's been provided to the public, the current governance policy is up on the website, and the public does have access to that. The changes that are being proposed are simply here for discussion, is my understanding, and allows the discussion to continue into the next month. The public has not had an opportunity, I believe, to review these changes in particular, other than what the chairman has described now. But again, it's an ongoing discussion that is also agendized for the future months, or month, excuse me.
And if I might continue with another question, has the legal department reviewed these proposed changes? Because it includes taking out language relevant to AB 102, which is state law, and other changes. And I'm just, I'm kind of trying to find my way because, I tend to be a real literalist about public access. And so something that isn't publicly available, I'm concerned about getting into the meat of it, which is substantial.
Thank you for that question. So legal has not had an opportunity to provide a thorough review or feedback to the chairman, as I said, and I did express that to their office as well, that this is being put forward to open the discussion, and no thorough review by legal has occurred or feedback provided. Legal has not approved or not approved anything that's being presented at this time.
So I don't know if it would be in order for me to request that we carry this over to next month so that we could have the staff review that's normally done and the public posting that's normally done. Personally, that's very, very important to me, that, the advocacy community, the legislature, all the parties that are interested have, and including just normal taxpayers, have a chance to see it. And so I'd like to make that request that we continue it over if
That was the
that's in
intent,
order.
Yeah, because we knew that, most of you are looking at this, especially some of these changes for the first time.
Yeah, very
Is
much
that a
so.
motion, Ms. Lieber?
So, yeah, excuse me. I'm not sure that a motion is needed. I don't believe that a motion has been made to approve or not approve any of the changes, but the goal was to avoid any Bagley-Keene violations or anything like that. It was coming from the chairman to be put before you to start the conversation and the dialogue. That was my understanding. If it's the will of the board to continue this discussion on, should anybody else like to throw in their changes or concerns or anything like that, this is also an appropriate forum for that to take place now, because again, you want to avoid any Bagley-Keene violations, which is why it was being presented in this way. But certainly it is, I believe, already agendized for December, or you could decide as a group to move that forward as well.
And with the indulgence, my colleagues here, I'd really like to ask that we do that, because I think that giving it an extra month to ventilate so that we can absorb the later changes. I got an email from Ms. Kazad saying that there were changes to the changes, and so I'd like to be able to look at a solid draft and see what questions, thoughts, reactions I have, and that way that our constituents could understand what's being proposed as well.
And by all means, feel free, I know you had some suggestions a while back, and if you've rethought those or if there's something else, by all means, share them. So hopefully next month, we all are looking at hopefully a document that we may tweak or maybe not.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, Deputy Controller, and then I get Member Gaines.
Thank you, Chairman. I just had one question. You said legal is going to look at it, and is it just a sign-off, or are you going to provide your own analysis of what can particularly be in it or not be in it?
So typically, legal would review for the legality of what's being proposed or changes being made. It is the board's governance policy, so we can certainly make recommendations or suggestions in terms of what the law states. But I'm not sure that it's entirely appropriate for legal to sign off on the board's governance policy, other than to advise on what is or is not legal.
Legal,
Yeah, pursuant to the law.
right.
Yeah.
I just want to be on the lookout for any further correspondence as we digest this as well. Thank you.
Excuse me.
I'm so-
So, Deputy Controller Emily Redstower is here. So I think, hearing what you're saying, and I'm not sure if council was clear, when they do have the opportunity to review this document, like we often do with any document that's presented by a member, the initial legal advice is going to go to the member's office who prepared it. I'm not sure if you're looking for the legal team to provide their advice to the entire board.
I'm just more asking for the process, how it's going to play out. I understand the submission may not have been in and or out of your timeline, so what further steps are going to be needed in order for us to kind of flush this out and be ready to make a vote in December?
Okay.
So I just want to take a step back in terms of how we've done this in the past. Excuse me, different members have submitted changes and requests to board proceedings pursuant to our communications protocol, and board proceedings will then distribute accordingly. Legal or the appropriate divisions would review again for legality and provide that feedback back to that office. If that were to come before us in the open meeting, we can comment in that regard at that time. But I think what you were suggesting is that, or stating, is that we would provide the comment back to that member's office in terms of the analysis.
Understood. Thank you. It's the controller's wish that this have some type of action taken in December too. So however the process is, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, that's my goal, but obviously, at the end of the day, it's going to be, I need feedback to make sure we're all in concert with it, or at least agree to whatever changes we choose to make. But I think Vice Chair Lieber had a question, and then I know Member Gaines has one, and then Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one more. I think what's most important for me to get vis-a-vis legal would be some of the language as it relates to Bagley-Keene, because I think the cutting out references to AB 102 could be a political problem that we have to deal with members of the legislature on. And so because AB 102 is now state law, even if we excise it from our governance policy, it still exists as law. But to the extent that we're trying to go in a different direction in terms of communications than Bagley-Keene, that's an issue that's important to me. If there are currently bright lines around communications between members and staff, and we want to say through the governance policy that we want to soften those lines and allow for something that's in a different direction than Bagley-Keene. That raises concerns for me, because it's no longer at that point an omission from the governance policy. It's an affirmative statement of a position that's contrary, or that might be contrary to Bagley-Keene. And so I'd really like to get that input from legal before we wander into those types of areas. So if we can have it go to all the offices so that we could all get an opportunity to look at that, I think it would be very beneficial.
If I could
Member
just
Gaines, go
weigh in, I agree with the comments that have been made, and I'm wondering, when I've used an attorney in the past on any amendments or edits to a document, the attorney will present it in such a way that they'll show the existing language and then the proposed change in a different color of ink, and in another color ink, what was the old verbiage, and that would be very helpful. Also with an explanation by legal of what we're doing and what the intention is. Now, I'm just going to need to have clarity in terms of, because my natural default would be retain what we have. It's just my conservative nature. Why are we changing something? Okay, so if we're changing something, then what is the explanation as to why we're doing that? And I'm just going to need clarity through that process. And I don't know how we do that. I don't know if we can even do it in December, but I'm open. I'm open to all this. It's a matter of getting what I feel like is the proper analysis in order to move forward.
So I want to address a couple of things that are coming forward. One, these changes have not been put forward by the legal department here. These are suggested edits from the chairman, which was discussed at the prior meeting to bring them forward at this meeting. I believe when we made prior edits, we had the members submit them to board proceedings, and I don't want to speak out of turn, but I believe we compiled them in such a way to avoid Bagley-Keene violations, because that is something that we're also very cautious of as a legal department and public agency here. But we can certainly figure out a way to review changes and provide the feedback. And I can work with the executive director on that. But I do want to be clear that these are not legal's recommended edits or changes. These have been put forward by the chairman's office as proposals and a starting point for your discussion.
Sure, and I understand that,
Yeah.
and that's fine. I
Yeah.
have no problem with it, I'm open to it, but I will rely on your advice in terms of, like, if we're deviating from AB 102, I want to know that, and is that an area that we have some flexibility in, or not? And Bagley Keene would be another area, too, that I want to make sure that
Certainly,
we're here, too, so.
The legal department always advises on Bagley Keene, also on the government code.
Okay.
So that is always feedback that we do provide. So that's, yeah.
Good, excuse me, Yvette Stowers.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Julia. I hear what you guys are saying, that you really want to hear from legal about the proposed changes. And although I said on record that we will be giving advice to the chairman's office on our advice, but perhaps a path forward is for us to, give me them assignment, or you guys give me assignment, to review this document in detail and provide their comments, and then have their comments presented back to the board, either via email, a confidential email, or placed back on the agenda for the public to see. And I put one or the other because I don't know if legal is giving advice. If it's legal advice, it probably is confidential.
Correct, attorney-client privilege communication.
Yeah, so.
Vice Chair, I think, has a comment on that.
Yes.
Oh, and then you.
I
it's a
think
follow-up.
my preference would be, rather than requesting that the executive director develop information in that way, that we see, that we simply continue the item and see what contribution legal does have to it. There may be no comments in many areas, but then there could be another area that's highlighted. So maybe a short memo from legal or something like that. And then we would have the time in between now and the December or the January meeting to ventilate it and to have the public be able to gain access to the proposal. And I wasn't totally sure why the latest iteration was stamped confidential. So, I think that we just need to have the time to open the process more.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you, Vice Chair Lieber. The copy that we presented to you on the diocese, is it stamped confidential? It is?
Yes,
Oh.
it is.
Oh.
But what's in our binder's not.
Confidential.
And I'm assuming, are these two different versions?
Yeah, I can see the
Okay,
confusion
'cause
there.
I haven't found, I don't know where the differences are.
Yeah, I can see the
But-
confusion. I think it goes back to the late submission and the chair's office desire to get the information to the board members. And I think that was their main goal.
Chair,
It's the same version, but the confidential watermark was not removed when it was printed. And and as we was dealing with this Thursday before the holiday, I believe that the chair's office indicated that they wanted thank you, it's been a long week already. They wanted the watermark removed, but needed assistance in that.
Member Schaefer's been patiently waiting to give his input.
Well, I'm just not happy, and I see the disarray of what we're doing here. We couldn't even get a quorum together to have a closed session. I'm very unhappy to see confidential. You know, the problems that former President Trump, and I'm not carrying any water for him, is getting in with the public and the law for having confidential or different type of stuff from government service at his home. And if I take this home on the plane tonight, is the CIA or somebody going to wonder what I'm doing it? I would like a rule that we just don't use confidential on any document unless it's really confidential, unless there's a threat of criminal misconduct or something if national security is involved, which it isn't. We're elected here to oversee the work of 58 county assessors. We expect someone else to come up with problems and bring it to us, and where there's uncertainty, we bring truth to power. I look at this whole work group as just our chairs realizing he's only has 3 more years to serve the public, and you want to make your mark in this world, so when you expire, they'll remember you for something, and this is not it. I don't think the whole idea work group has any business in what we're doing. I get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, probably the only person here does that, to come up here and debate these issues, and I look forward to a closed session so we can beat up on each other in private, and we can't even get 3 out of 5. I bet you I'm the only person in this. Well, I don't think there's anybody in this room that doesn't work for the state of California. This is just an in-house group. I don't like the word confidential in this material. I don't like the whole idea of work groups. I think you're springing these 7-page letters on us that we really don't understand. I mean, the law doesn't require we have a doctorate degree in law to serve. We're supposed to be common people up here, and I don't think 10 out of 10 common people off the streets would have a clue what you're talking about. I happen to have a little more education than most of you folks, and I am a lawyer, and I am fighting constitutional offices in the courts right now, and even I'm sort of confused about this. If I'm confused, I assure that most of you out here are too. So I just want to say that I'm not at all happy with what's going on. I think the chair is issuing statements that everybody else is afraid of because you're the chair. If they were issued by me, they'd be ignored, but I'm not the chair. I suggest you let me issue some stuff so they can ignore it if they want to. Thank you.
Anyway, so what's our next item here do we have on this?
So is the consensus of the board to bring this back next month
I think so.
with feedback?
Deputy Controller, yes.
Yes, I just had just a few clarifying questions about the process. So within the next day or so, this is going to be open and released to the public for them to view, and then there's going to be a confidential or a legal memo that's going to be sent to the board members, and then will be a presentation at the next board meeting. Is that what I'm getting from here?
Well, I'm hoping that this, first of all, like I think the staff, especially legal department, mentioned already that they just didn't have enough time to get into this. So hopefully between now and December, hopefully a lot sooner than that, they'll have their input, their revisions, and get it back. And then hopefully you all have a chance to look at it yourself, and any things that you may come up with that you might think might be helpful for our governance. Like, I think it was mentioned earlier, this is something that we can bring up any agenda. If there's something that comes up 2 months from now, you think, you know what, we should have included X, Y, and Z. It's a document that's like, could be constantly changed. It's not like it has to happen annually or quarterly. It can happen every month if we come up with something. I think at the end of the day, I'm hoping it gives us some guidance in terms of our governance at the end of the day. And I think some people, mentioned some good points in terms of AB 102. And personally, I think we need to push that as much as we can, because I'm real frustrated with AB 102, because I have a lot of folks, especially in the business community, that are telling me that we should be doing more to help the taxpayer. And sometimes we feel like, or at least I feel like, we're handcuffed because of it. So I'm hoping with our legal folks, we can come up with some language or some direction that would help us in our respective districts to hopefully provide a better service for our constituents.
Yes, thank you for the clarification. Chairman, I'll be looking forward to December's meeting. Thank you.
Vice Chair Lieber.
I think the deputy controller just answered my question. I would be okay with December or January. I'd love to allow the chair's staff to take the time to make sure that the current confidential draft that came out at 6:30 on Thursday night is what they want to put forward, because I think there were some sentence fragments and things in there. So I want to make sure that they have the time to go through and make sure that that's the product that they want to put forward. So I don't know how the controller, if she feels like she wants to see it in December. I personally am okay with December or January. But I just want to make sure that there's time for the chair staff to kind of get it in the form that they want it. And then for the professional staff to legal to take a look at it and advise us on any questions that there's, a mechanical issue with in terms of the law. And then have it come back to us and allow enough time for it to be publicly posted as well. So I'm okay with December or January.
How does the rest of the board feel?
No,
We good?
I would agree with those
Okay.
comments, and let's
I'm seeing
dig
nods.
into
I
it, and we
think People are
can,
comfortable
I
with
think
it.
that's a very agreeable timeline. There's just the one concern is like starting the new year to have the document fully vetted out, but we're all still going to be here in 2024 as well. So I think that's a workable timeline. Thank you, Vice Chair.
I think that's a reasonable timeline, December, January. Vice Chair Lieber did raise a point that, again, because all due respect to the chairman and staff, they had a lot to do last week. So perhaps they didn't have the opportunity to do the quality review that they would normally do. So let's provide, with your permission, sir, let's hold on posting it and give the chairman's office an opportunity to make sure that this is the product, this is the final product. And then once we have their final product, again, with your permission, sir, we will go ahead and post it on the agenda, but we'll be posting it for the December meeting in 9 days. That's what I'm trying to, that's the key point here, that we have 9 working days before the
That's right,
next plan is
because
posted.
we moved it because of holidays. yeah.
Yes, so we have 9 working days, everybody. So we have a lot to do between now and then, so let's see if we could make sure we have the final product. And then, of course, board proceedings have to do their part to make sure it's ADA compliant.
Okay.
9 working days.
through the chair,
Yes.
if I could, to the
Member
executive director, so can we have this analysis done within that 9 working day period?
I'm nudging her over here, asking her, and
Nodding her head.
she's not going to be able to complete the analysis in 9 working days.
I thought she was Superwoman. What happened?
I thought she was Superwoman too, but she is rank and file, and she has other commitments that she has to do with her workload. But she will, and the rest of the legal team will review the document, and as soon as possible.
So what can we expect? What would be a realistic timeline?
If I may, so I've heard multiple statements, and I want to be clear. Is the idea that the chairman's office is going to review their document to determine if there are any changes that they wish to make prior to submitting back to staff? Or, so that's my one question. The other question, it's not a question so much as a statement, my review will consist of what is legal, not making recommendations for proposed changes, as this is not our document, this is your document. So any changes that come before me, the review is simply that this is legal or this is not legal, or, lawyers enjoy saying it depends. So I would say that those are the caveats there, but I want to be clear that I'm not recommending language. I'm doing a legal analysis in that realm, or our staff is, I should say.
That's
what we're
understood
used
by
to
our office.
in the
Yeah.
legislature,
Yes.
is that we get a ledge analysis of
Right.
every bill that moves through. And that's kind of what I'm, if you could provide that, that would be helpful.
If the executive director, if that is, if that's the direction, the consensus of the board and the direction that comes down, we'll do our best to do that.
And Vice Chair, I guess, wants to weigh in at the end here.
I'm wondering now, as we're talking about it, and there's 9 days left, if we want to get it sufficiently and ADA compliantly posted, and I wonder if it might be better to have it for January. I know that there is an enormous workload on the part of staff, not on the part of the board, for the December meeting. And I do want the chair's office to be able to have a cut on it, because I know that they were very much, going through meetings and still doing drafting, at night on Thursday.
Certainly, I would also just note that similar to this month's meeting, it is following somewhat earlier than normal, that the December meeting is also going to have a shorter timeline given the holidays that occur in November and December, and so factoring that in as well.
In addition to state assessed appeals. So I understand, I'm sorry, Yvette Stowers.
No, go ahead.
I understand the desire, especially from the Controller's Office, to have this action taken up in December. I get that. But again, as the chairman has said, the board's governance is a living document that subject to change whenever the board so desire. So I'm just thinking and being realistic of what we're now looking at and the proposals that are being submitted. And I understand it may not be that easy to follow unless you have a copy of the actual governance document before you. And I do want my legal team to have an opportunity to look at it. And if there are any concerns, and I can't say that they are right now, but if there are any concerns, I do want them to be able to flush those out and share with the entire board. So in a long way of saying, I think to be realistically, this is something that we probably should take up in January. Again, it's a living document.
Deputy Controller.
I understand. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for the clarification. Are we comfortable with at least bringing it back in December, just in case any of the members have any additions that they want to make? And then as we go through the process, we can maybe check in December and then move towards more of a final lap in January? Even if we just do a quick check and be like, hey, this is the progress.
I don't think there's a problem to have it posted as kind of like an update where we're at.
Yes, just as we work through this process.
Because this way, hopefully, you folks have a chance to look through it and come up with any suggestions, and we could keep adding to it, and then hopefully make the final decision in January.
I'm comfortable with that.
Yeah, so it'd be like phase one in December, and then hopefully the final in January.
Chair,
Yes, Mr. Schaefer.
I don't really want to see confidential on anything. I want to know.
I think we got that, we heard that earlier. I think we're good.
Anything
Yeah.
I want to take home, I can share it with the neighbors, and the economy is not going to collapse. And also, I want the staff to know that when something comes out from your office, signed chairman, that doesn't mean we're all in agreement with it. We may not really understand it. We may be fighting among ourselves, as you could see, we couldn't even get a quorum today. I just don't want the chair's pen to be scaring the bejesus out of people that he writes to.
If I may,
Go ahead.
we're currently talking about the governance policy, and so my recommendation is that we
Stay focused on
stay
that
focused
issue.
on the governance policy at this time.
Okay, I want you to know that we're all interested in trying to do a good job up here, and
That's evidence,
That's
sir.
well noted.
I want to
Yes.
moderate what we impose upon our staff and our audience, and what we impose upon ourselves, too. We have to take better care of ourselves, all right?
Thank you. Okay, so anything else on the governance before we move on? I think,
It was a
Yeah,
good discussion. Thank you.
no, I think we're moving hopefully in the right direction here.
Oh, do you gotta call for
With that, I'm looking at, I guess it's 12:26.
Yes, well, I was just going to say, how about we call for public comment if anybody wants
Yes.
to make a comment based on this discussion. I don't have anything in writing received from anyone, and I don't have anyone in the audience who'd like a public comment, so let me go to the line. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
For comments by phone, press 10, please. And no callers have queued up.
Thank you, moderator. So for the record, we're going to move it to, I'm going to put it on the December calendar for a check-in
A check-in.
and possibly, or whatever, discussion at that point for the January,
Exactly.
for the record. And the chair's office is going to,
We'll take another look at it again and make sure it's our final product so the legal could take a look at it. And then I encourage members as well, as they're looking at the document, and if they have other suggestions they might want to add, to submit those as well.
I agree, Chairman, and I concur with Senator Gaines having similar to a legislative analysis, having that type of legal analysis would be very, very helpful. Thank you.
And again, to avoid Bagley-Keene violations, please make sure that you submit your comments to board proceedings as opposed to,
Everybody,
yes,
yes.
thank you.
With that, I think we're good, and I think we ran over a little bit on your lunch here, but,
yeah, it's okay.
so I have 12:28 according to this new clock here.
1 hour.
So we do need an hour, I'm assuming. Okay, I'm looking at staff
Yes.
nodding their heads.
Yes.
So, I'm sorry, speakers are scheduled to come back at when? Do we have a set time for them, do we know?
I don't know.
I don't know, but
I haven't
I believe
been
your office has
informed.
indicated 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. Unfortunately, sir, my rank and file employees are,
How close can we get to it? What if we said like 1:15?
they have to have an hour lunch
okay.
by law.
We have no choice then. So 1:28, we'll reconvene.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
It's 1:30. We're going to reconvene the meeting, and I understand we have some speakers queued up, right, Ms. Cicchetti? Please.
What we're doing. So here we are. Item 9, Board Member Matters and Initiatives, Workforce Planning, Board Work Group, Report, and Syllabus. Board Work Group participants, county assessors, state university and community college educators, state agency, BOE Executive Director, and stakeholders. Determine recommendations consistent with strategy. We have 2 speakers who are with us today. Honorable Vincent P. Kehoe, Chair, California Assessors Association Education Committee and Mariposa County Assessor. And Joseph Vincente, Chief Appraiser, Training Division, speaking on behalf of Jeffrey Prang, Vice President, California Assessors Association, and LA County Assessor. This item is being presented by Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you. Not to be redundant, we already went through at least the intro on this, but I didn't give, I don't think, my co-chair, Member Gaines, an opportunity. So let me have him see if he has any opening remarks before we bring on the speakers.
Oh, yeah, thank you so much, Chair Vasquez. Appreciate it. And I think everybody knows that staffing is an important issue to me personally, and I applaud the efforts of our BOE team to lower our vacancies so dramatically since we've been elected. I look forward every month to getting an update on our shrinking vacancies and hope that we can continue the positive trend created by our staff's diligent work. We can't expect to do the taxpayers justice if we have a skeleton crew, and that goes for our county assessors as well. We need to help them however we can to be able to recruit, hire, and train up qualified staff so that they can fulfill their duties to the taxpayers as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And as we turn to our speakers, I just wanted to remind the members here in the discussion that really the goal today is to find out from the assessors and our staff which recommendations or next steps listed in the syllabus should we try to work on in 2024. And with that, Co-Chair Gaines, did we have a preference who we were going to have first on the speaking?
Whatever you prefer.
Okay. We'll start, why don't we start with, because your assessor here locally is from, I'm assuming it's a rural county, right?
Yes, it is.
Why don't you introduce him, and we'll start with the small, and then we'll go to the large.
Well, yeah, thank you. I'd just like to take this opportunity to introduce Assessor Kehoe, who represents Mariposa County. I'd like to say that my entire district is gorgeous, but I would say in particular, Mariposa is. And so we look forward to your comments, Assessor Kehoe.
Thank you, Member Gaines and Member Vasquez. You do have probably the largest county in the state with Mr. Vicente, and then myself with Mariposa County. And Mariposa is one of those places that many of you have been to, whether you knew it or not. If you've knew it at the time. If you've been to Yosemite National Park, regardless of the entrance that you came through, you were in my county. So we have about 2/3 of Yosemite, including Yosemite Valley and all of its wonderful sites.
I was there for a family reunion just about a week ago.
Well, you should have called me.
All right.
I would have come for dinner.
Could have had a little assessors meeting.
Yeah. The workforce is one of those things that I think all of the counties share in terms of a shortage, especially with certain positions. Now, I don't have prepared remarks. I thought you were going to be asking questions, so please interject whenever you feel like it, whenever you have a question about anything. But the one thing to consider, or one of the things to consider when it comes to workforce with appraisers in just about every office in the state, is that it's not something that is solely confined to county assessors. And I'm also a licensed appraiser, licensed by the Bureau of Real Estate Appraisers. So I went back and did a little bit of homework on their on their licensing statistics. They publish a newsletter. Sometimes it's quarterly, and depending on who is in charge of the BREA, sometimes it's not quarterly. But I was able to pull out some interesting numbers, and that is in the last 5 years, in a 5-year period, licensed real estate appraisers in the state of California declined by over 10%. In a 10-year period, the decline was 24%. So those are people that are usually self-employed or work for a small company. So it's not just something that's confined to county assessors. The appraisal field in general is not attracting people, qualified or not. So that's something that I think with the workforce, the planning, it's as I said, it's not just a county assessor problem, and coming out of it won't just be a county assessor or a board of equalization problem. I think we have to work with local community colleges and state universities and even the UC system. Very few, I don't know if anybody in the country has a major in appraisal. There are real estate, you can get a degree in real estate and then a specialization in a variety of different things, but nobody's got one in just appraisal. And I don't want to speak for Mr. Vicente, but he deals with billions of dollars in value. And why isn't there a major, for something like that, a college major? The other group that I think we need to also work with are the professional appraisers, and that is through the Appraisal Institute. They are the top rung when it comes to training appraisers and people who qualify for their different classifications in terms of certifications. So I think we all need to do this hand in hand, or we're never really going to get it done. We're all going to be trying to go our own way. So those are the things that I made notes of to try to encourage colleges and universities to develop a concentration or a major or even a minor in appraisal, and then to work with the Appraisal Institute. One thing that I did note has to do with the training for auditor appraisers, and that's something that the private industry doesn't have. That's something that's unique to county assessors' offices, and we have trouble with auditor appraisers here, and I know just about every county says that they have trouble getting qualified auditor appraisers, and that it's making the ability to qualify for that designation something they can do. I don't know if it's on-the-job training, but we get people who come in with very little appraisal experience, and we certify them. They become a certified tax appraiser, and then they can become an advanced appraiser. But they can't come in and get the training in-house to become an auditor appraiser. They have to come in with so many units in accounting. And with that, I'm looking at the application for an auditor appraiser for the BOE, and it says you have to have a degree with a specialization in accounting, and 18 semester units in accounting or auditing, and then complementary courses such as business law and economics do not contribute to the 18 units. So with that, I went and looked at a couple of, went to look at Fresno State, which is the closest state university to where I am here in Mariposa. And I can get a degree in business administration with a concentration in real estate. It's a BS, not a BA, real estate and urban land economics. And I only have to take 6 units in accounting. Where there are other, what the BOE would call complementary courses, such as statistics and finance and real estate principles and business forecasting. But I would only have to have 6 units in accounting. Now, I'm not saying that we change the qualifications. I'm just saying we've got to make, if we're having trouble getting these people, once we get them in-house, I would like to be able to train somebody in-house to become the auditor, taking classes, whether it's through the BOE or some other classes. We have people that have college degrees, but they don't have a specialization in accounting. So, and we're in a very rural area, so it's difficult for them to get it if they can't get them online. So those are my comments right now. I'm still available to answer any questions that you would have.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, if I could, Assessor Keogh, could you just tell us how you're hiring in Mariposa County? What is your situation like? If you could describe that, that'd be helpful.
We sort of had some issues during the pandemic because the county had a hiring freeze. So I was down by about 20-25% in my staff for over 2 years because of that hiring freeze. But prior to that and after that, I'm just now at full staff. After the pandemic, we were able to hire a couple of more people. But I came in as the assessor in 2019, and here we are in 23, and it wasn't until sometime in 22 that I was fully staffed.
Okay.
So it creates some issues.
Can you talk a little bit about the housing situation in Mariposa?
Housing situation there. Thank you for reminding me of that. Thank God everybody that we have hired is able to, has either college degrees or we've brought over from another department and has been able to qualify for the assessor or the appraiser position, and they all had housing. We had with one of the job openings that we had, we attracted some appraisers from other counties, but either the salary was too low, and that's another issue, and then they couldn't find housing. So, I mean, those are issues that it's not unique just to appraising, or the assessor's office. That's the fact of life here in Mariposa County, is that housing is so limited.
And could you also comment in terms of the educational aspect that, the services that we provide as the Board of Equalization? We've got a number of training classes that are available. Can you tell me how you access them and how they're working for you?
They're actually working pretty well for me right now. As you know, if you've taken classes or even do things online, just like we are doing this Zoom meeting, when you're not in person, something gets lost. So I do think that in-person classes are more advantageous. However, given our location and the cost to send somebody to a class at another location, I think that the Zoom or Teams meeting is the way to go. So that I've got a couple of people on the staff that just qualified for their advanced certificate. I've got 2 more that are working on it, and then a third who's coming along up behind them. So I think we make good use of those classes, and that's why I would encourage some avenue for people that are interested in it to become an auditor appraiser by taking some of those classes. And I'm not saying the classes are just the only way for that to happen. There would probably have to be some practicum, hands-on practicum as well. But we make pretty good use of it. Sometimes, and this is just there's a bottleneck, and the bottleneck is the numbers of people. Some classes are very popular, and only so many people can take the classes. And that's understandable. But I know that the BOE, just because of my position in the Education Committee, I've had a lot of interaction with Glenda Schultz and David Young, and I know they're going out of their way to put more classes on Zoom, so more and more people can take advantage of it.
And do you find that we're responsive? Are we responding to that demand by adding additional classes?
We're a small county. We're a small office. I know that at the LA, excuse me, at the Assessors Conference a few weeks ago, I had lunch with Jeff Prang, and he said they have just under 1,400 people that work in his department. And I don't know, Mr. Vicente could probably tell us, they have 5 regional offices. We have 1 office, and we have 6 appraisers, including me. Yeah. So there's just orders of magnitude of difference. So.
Yes. Okay. Great. Thank you. I don't know if my colleagues have additional questions or not.
Looks like the Deputy Controller has something. Go ahead.
Thank you, Assessor Keogh. I hope that your term has been relatively good so far, and I appreciate you presenting to my colleagues this afternoon. You make some really good points here about the assessors, the workforce for the appraisers, how there is it's an aging population, it's a retiring population, and what we've been working on is filling the pipeline with new talent. and I appreciate yourself stepping up and doing your own appraisals as well. And I think the Board of Equalization, we've been trying to do it in a three-prong aspect. Number one is education, number two is training, and then number three is the compensation and classification. And just in your experience as a licensed appraiser, what advice would you have to any person that's maybe trying to get into this industry or maybe leaning into it, but not necessarily sure so far that if they want to be an appraiser or not?
Excellent question. If I had to start all over again, I would I would work on becoming, there are three different steps in the licensing, or 4 different steps in the licensing for real estate appraisers through the Bureau of Real Estate Appraisals. There's a trainee, then a residential license, a certified residential, and then a certified general. And the certified general has the license to appraise basically anything in the state. I think for somebody coming in from the outside, I'd say become a certified general, get as much experience along the way as you can, but also to work with the groups such as the Appraisal Institute, as I mentioned them earlier, to get some of their certifications, because their certifications are highly respected. And the one that they have that's sort of the top rung is the MAI, which means a member of the Appraisal Institute. It's excellent training with peer review. You don't get that by kind of skating through the process. You've got to work hard and be diligent and do a good job to get that. And then once you have it, I think you can make a good living. Even if you're independent on your own. But short of that, when you're just doing the residential appraisals, it's tough. It's really hard, because the lenders are always beating you up for a lower dollar amount, and you've got a lot of competition for all those appraisals.
Understood. Thank you so much, and thank you for your work and service.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Lieber, I believe, has a question for you.
Thank you. Not so much a question, but just I really value hearing about what happened as a result of the pandemic in terms of the hiring. And I think that that's, a good point for us to be mentioning as we formulate our product in terms of the information, and are able to let the legislature know that that's a factor that happens to counties during a public emergency such as we had for the pandemic. So thank you for mentioning that.
It created a backlog of work for us that we've worked through for the most part, but it was difficult. We knew, and it's not like you can go into the Board of Supervisors and plead your case. The income was down for the county, so there was no money. We all knew it. But as soon as we came out of that and the income for the county rose, then we were able to hire people.
Seeing no other questions, I think we're good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I guess now we'll turn it over to the big giant, or I guess they're saying the big giant in terms of assessors here in counties. We have Joseph Vicente, Chief Appraiser, coming out of Assessor Jeff Prang's office to give us his insight on this as well. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, board members, for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'd also like to thank Assessor Prang as well. The workforce planning syllabus that was provided prior to the meeting, and also the report, is quite extensive. It covers several issues that I believe are very important, and there were several recommendations that were made, and we believe this is a great start for addressing the problems with recruitment and retention in the assessor's offices. I would just like to say that I would second Assessor Kehoe's comments regarding the expansion and collaboration with the universities and colleges. One of the things that we are definitely trying to pursue is the expansion of our West LA College curriculum, where we utilize West LA College to assist with the training of new appraisers. That's something we definitely want to continue doing. We also want to work closely with the BOE. The program they have at American River College is something that we are aspiring to. The asynchronous program that they run there allows prospective appraisers to take great training and gives them a good opportunity to join a profession of being a professional certified appraiser. Recently, we just hired a class of 31 appraisers, and that class is going to assist us in meeting our needs for staffing. It's definitely an issue, and we believe by utilizing these different programs, such as the West LA College program, looking at appraiser assistance to be able to qualify to become appraisers even without a degree is something that I believe that we can all utilize. Thank you.
You mentioned West LA. I know when I was out there a few years ago, we were talking to the folks at East LA College, which I think is where you first started. How is it? Are they similar programs, or are we looking at two different groups here?
So there are two different groups. So the LA Community College District actually runs both East and West LA College. So they have several colleges within their district. Eventually, we hope to possibly replicate, this type of system within all the colleges. And I know that a lot of the assessors' offices have been requesting information on how we're expanding these programs, and we're definitely going to be helping work with them to allow them to do the same.
So the finance, but basically you're basing it on the finance to cover this is through the attendance, I'm assuming, right? Is that what covers the cost? Yeah.
Correct. So the students are required to pay enrollment. We actually take that upon themselves right now for all the appraisers. But eventually, our hope is that we create this program as a certification, and that people from outside enroll on their own, similar to American River College.
And you're saying some of them are actually getting hired without the completion of the certification, as long as they're enrolled. Is that correct?
Well, so that's that's kind of the challenge that we're trying to get to is trying to find ways to incentivize enrollment on their own, and then eventually create a career path where we can have appraisers that are hired with some training, some coursework completed, so we can provide a shorter training schedule for them. So currently, the Los Angeles County Assessor Program has a one-year training program that encompasses both classwork and on-the-job training. We're hoping that by creating this program at these community colleges, we can circumvent having to do all of the training on our own, and that these individuals will take it upon themselves to do some of the coursework at the community college level, and then come into our office with some of that training already done.
Oh, that's good. And Ms. Keogh, I think you mentioned earlier in your remarks that for you, one of the tough challenges you have in terms of attracting them is the housing issue. Because it sounds like in the county you're in, while there looks like there's plenty of space, when you look at, places like Yosemite, the land costs must be a real big issue in terms of building affordable housing.
It's that, Mr. Vasquez, and also that two-thirds of Mariposa County is owned by the federal government. With Yosemite National Park, a couple of different branches of the United States Forest Service, national forests, as well as Bureau of Land Management land. So the private land is restricted, and you're right on the land cost. We do have some subdivisions, but we have no large-scale subdivisions where developers are coming in and building homes. So a lot of the new construction is one-off. A contractor building a house for a given couple, not something that they're putting on the market for new or first-time home buyers. And there's very little in the way of apartment living. So that a lot of the apartment living is for low income. Because we're a service industry, a tourist economy, a lot of the apartment living for low-income wage earners, hourly employees. So there's a host of problems in addition to infrastructure When you're out in the boonies, you've got to drill your own well and put your own septic system in, which doesn't accommodate apartments. So there's a host of things that go along. In addition to the vacation rentals, Yosemite National Park, a number of years ago, the Park Service agreed to a general management plan. Well, there will never be more overnight accommodations in Yosemite National Park than there are now. But the numbers of people that visit are going up every year. There's over 4 million people a year. 20 years ago it was 2 million, and it will continue to skyrocket. There's got to be some place for those people to stay, and it's spilling into what we call the gateway communities, in the way of vacation rentals. So in a small county like Mariposa, we've got over 800 vacation rentals. That doesn't include hotel rooms. So there's 800 homes that are tied up for vacation rentals that could be used for families. So that's not that's just part of the problem. It's not the problem, but it's a multifaceted issue.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned it because you're probably familiar with Scenic Wonders in Yosemite, and I know that individual has done quite a bit in terms of providing workforce housing for his workers, because you're right, at the end of the day, you're pretty much, even though it's a large county, it's pretty much a built-out city because of the ownership by the federal government.
It is, and I know the individual you're talking about. I know him personally, and when I was appraising properties, I appraised some of his properties. So, and yes, he has developed some homes on his own for workforce housing. And he's one of the only ones that's a private individual like that I know of that's done that.
Yeah, he's been real impressed. It turns out he's actually my neighbor. I didn't realize he was so big up in Yosemite.
If you mention my name, he'll recognize it.
But thank you. Any other questions? Oh, yeah, Deputy Controller.
Thank you, Mr. Vicente. I had one quick question. You mentioned that people have to pay in for the attendance. Do you have an estimate of how much that costs? I think you're on mute, sir.
Sorry about that. Typically for the community college programs, thankfully the enrollment fee is quite low. Currently, we actually cover the cost of enrollment since they are actually hired by the assessor's office. But in the future, I believe it's somewhere between $30 or something like that per credit unit. Typically, the classes are about 1.5 to 2.5 credits per course.
And then really quickly, is that something that financial aid would also cover or be eligible
Correct.
for? Okay,
Yes.
that's great. Thank you so much.
Excuse me, if I may interject one comment about costs, and it's a question that Assessor Gaines addressed to me, and I just want to answer it a little more fully, and that is that the classes that the BOE is offering now through the Zoom classes, so for remote learning, it would be very expensive for me as a small county assessor to send my appraisers out to Sacramento or Bakersfield or whatever for a week at a time and pay their mileage and room and board and a cost, whatever the cost would be for the training session itself, which was minimal. But it's the cost of getting them there that can be prohibitive. Where now I've got two appraisers that took a class 2 weeks ago and they're back into another one this week. So they get their training quicker and much more cheaply for me. And I don't mean cheap, but it's just much more reasonable. So that's something I applaud the BOE for doing that and making them available.
That's great, yeah.
Go ahead, Member
Yeah,
Gaines.
Thank you for sharing that. I appreciate it. And just had another comment, because we have a recommendation in reference to interim auditor appraiser position. And the thinking was that would be kind of an opportunity to move up to a full appraiser position. It would give you 2 years of training in order to then move up. And I'm interested in Mr. Vicente's perspective on that. Is that something that you think could be implemented in your county and others?
So one of the solutions that we're looking at is the possibility of creating an exam, a challenge exam. to allow for those people that don't have accounting degrees or at least 18 units or 19 units of accounting to pursue the auditor qualification. As noted in the syllabus, there are 3 options for attaining a qualification, which is the bachelor's degree in accounting, 18 to 19 units of coursework, or to take a challenge exam. So that's something that we're actually examining as well.
Oh, good. That's great. And is that still being formulated, that exam? I'm just curious.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I've actually reached out to Trudy McKinley over at Sutter County. She had actually a individual that was taking the challenge exam that the BOE actually provides for. What we would like to do is actually create our own exam similar to what we do with our ATCP program, where instead of taking the BOE exam, we actually worked with the BOE to see if we can create our own exam that would also qualify you for the certified permanent appraiser position or certification. And so we would be working with you to get some guidance on how we can create an exam that would fulfill the requirement.
Okay, and is that ongoing now as we speak?
That's something just in the initial stages.
Yeah, okay. All right, very well. And then Assessor Keogh, would you like to weigh in on that?
Our field of candidates here, because of where we're located and a small county, is very few and far between when it comes to auditor appraisers.
Yeah.
So I don't have the luxury of having somebody in that would challenge the exam.
Sure.
That's why I was saying if I could have somebody who could come in and then train while they're here to reach the auditor appraiser, similar to as they would to get an advanced certificate. The one thing that I had an individual who applied for a job who didn't have a 4-year degree, but I was able to show in writing to the BOE that this individual's combination of the education that he had and the work experience that he had, that was not in an appraisal office, it was in a variety of other related fields, that I thought he would qualify for that, for the appraisal certificate. And they approved it. They said, okay, if you think so, they approved it. He got his certificate, and he's one of my best employees. He's, so thank God we have him. So I think that the BOE went out of their way to accommodate my evaluation of this individual, and it worked. But if we could have some way to train them on site, to have them get their training, that would be helpful to me.
Wonderful.
For the auditor appraisal.
Okay, that's great. And thank you for all your advice today. Really appreciate it. And back to the chair. Wonderful.
Any other? I don't see any other hands. No, I appreciate both of your presentations, and it sounds like we're moving in the right direction here. And hopefully between the board here as well as the staff, we can start taking some action steps here in 2024 to help alleviate the situation. But before I close you out, I just wanted to know if either one of you wanted to make any comments or recommendations moving forward in terms of what you think, looking at the syllabus, that might be the top priority in 2024.
You want to go, Mr. Vicente?
Sure. I don't want to commit to anything, but I know that one of the things that I consider a priority is definitely continuing the collaboration between assessors' offices and their local community colleges and universities. We believe that there is a bright future in doing so, and if we can get that going and working with the BOE to ensure that the coursework being provided by these universities qualifies itself for education credits with the BOE, we'd be on the right track.
Thank you.
And I agree in that, just to reiterate what I said earlier, is it's very difficult to go it alone, where if we cooperate with the community colleges and even the state universities, as well as with the Appraisal Institute, I think that would get us further in the long run.
Appreciate it. I think we're good. Thank you for your time, and sorry about the delay. I know we pushed it back a little bit.
No problem. Thank you for having us. It's having me. It was a pleasure to speak with you today. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Okay.
With that, Ms. Cicchetti, do we have any We don't have any written comments on
No
this.
written comments. I have no one in the audience. Let's go to the moderator. AT&T moderator, do we have anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
To comment by phone on this item, please press 1 then 0 on your phone's keypad. And we have no callers queuing up.
Thank you, moderator. So we've already covered item 10 prior to lunch. So we will move to item 11.
All right.
Item 11, board member matters and initiatives. Affordable Housing Board Work Group, statewide informational hearing for modernizing California's property tax system, Part 4. Discussion and possible action regarding minutes and report of the October 19th, 2023 statewide informational hearing on modernizing California's property tax system, Part 4, Board Work Group on Affordable Housing, presented by Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you. Members, last month, we assembled in Santa Monica for the 4th informational hearing on modernizing California's property tax system in the context of the Board Work Group on Affordable Housing. The hearing brought together legislators, community leaders, developers, and other advocates to address the pressing issue of affordable housing in California. Legislators from both the state and the Senate spoke about their proposed legislation aimed at streamlining the development process and increasing funding for affordable housing programs, including bills that were recently signed into law by the governor. Developers discussed successful models implemented in their own communities and provided valuable insight into obstacles that slow down development. Advocates shared real-world experiences and challenges faced by individuals and families struggling with housing insecurity, which underscored the urgency of creating solutions and addresses the diverse needs of this vulnerable population. The work group minutes and report summary, the speaker's recommendations to the board, if any, from which we must identify specific objectives within the board's purview to allow us to draft forthcoming blueprint or incentives for affordable housing. I know you just got handed the minutes, and it's more of an informational piece for you. But with that, let me just see if there's any comments or questions or suggestions from the members. And everybody here was in attendance. I know our vice chair got a little tied up on the airport here, but she was there. And I'll give you, I guess, a few minutes to take a look at, now these minutes are kind of lengthy, so I don't expect you to go through them with a fine tooth and comb, at least right now, but more than anything, just for your information.
I thought it was nice that you had your legislators there. They were both very bright people.
Oh, they were really excited about it. And right now, both of them represent Santa Monica. One of them is obviously larger, the Senate district, than the Assembly. But they've been real strong advocates to try to do whatever they can at the legislative level to help in trying to meet the need with the affordable housing issue. And actually, my senator, which Member Gaines knows very well, Ben, I had an opportunity to meet with him afterwards, just last week for lunch, and he's ready to work with us in terms of any legislation that we could come up with. So I have staff working on a draft, and I'll share with you folks and make sure that there's a consensus here moving forward. And then he's got his staff looking at it as well. And hopefully we can come up with something that we can put out in this next session on 2024. Vice Chair Lieber, go ahead.
Question. So my supposition about things is that we're going to continue to work on this, and then if we have other sources of information that could also be incorporated into the blueprint. I know that the Turner Center at UC Berkeley has put together a pretty considerable amount of information, so we can bring that into it. And I haven't read through all 10 pages of the minutes, but I'd be very interested in unpacking those. And do we need to adopt the minutes here today?
Well, I was thinking about that, but since it just got dropped on your lap, and it's, I'm looking at staff, that we legally have to adopt it today. We could put it off until next month, is what I'm thinking. And I see our legal governance coming up.
Julia Himovitz on behalf of the legal department. I'm going to sit in the taller chair this time.
I thought you grew on me.
Yeah, I wish. So as it's agendized today, it's listed as possible action. So no, you don't need to adopt anything today. There's nothing requiring that. You certainly have time to review and come back. My understanding is it's two items, right? It's the minutes and the report, and they're separate. So you could, adopt one and not the other, or, however you choose. But you are not required to take action today.
Yes, Vice Chair Lieber.
And if it's
and connecting the Board of Equalization with finding ways for surplus land. Chairman, you make a huge point about this, extra school land. The Senator Wiener found a creative way of using religious properties, churches, synagogues, and mosques, and building that land. SB 4 was just passed and was signed by the governor. The building on the ADU production, I thought that was a huge deal in Long Beach, and they become a pro-housing city, designated as a pro-housing city. And then also, too, as the board, the adaptive reuse policies, continuing to encourage that and finding ways to make that, sure that spreads throughout all 58 counties, working with our assessors as well and seeing how that goes. And then in terms of legislation, continuing to find and I appreciate being faced forward with that and working with the legislators, especially as the session reconvenes in January, for the board to sponsor some legislation or actually come in and work with the legislators on that. And one thing that's come to light in the controller's mind is predatory loans that have been targeting low-income families, communities of color. People are losing their homes, signing on to predatory loans that they have no idea or no business signing, and because of the lack of legal counsel or just themselves being taken advantage of, I think that's become a huge, huge issue here in California. People get kicked out on the street, have no other options, and unfortunately fall into homelessness. Them and their families, the children become homeless as well. And I think that's become a huge, huge issue. And those are some of the key points that I learned in Santa Monica. So I really, really want to applaud you again, Chairman, for hosting that here. And I'm looking forward to the board rolling up our sleeves and doing the work on behalf of our constituents. Thank you.
No, thank you. One of the key things you kind of hit on it right in the beginning is inventory. I was surprised, shocked to find out that the state doesn't have an inventory of land. When you look at, you mentioned between cities, counties, schools, college districts, there isn't like one central point where you could call within Sacramento up here. They can tell you how much inventory we have. It's like they're all broken up into separate departments and areas.
So imagine, Chairman, if you bring all that data together and have that one-stop shop, and we can connect affordable housing developers and developers in general in making sure that, hey, this land is accessible. I think Senator Wiener did such a good job in his bill with religious institutions, and I think we have something that we can work on and really, really, especially working with school districts,
Right.
And us overseeing $85 billion property tax administration, that money flows into schools, and that'll be something I'll be really looking forward to working on in the new year.
No, I think that would be huge. And in talking to a lot of the counties and cities, I know a lot of them are kind of worried or a little bit fearful originally because they thought we were going to take money away from them by turning them into affordable housing projects. And I think if we just dealt with those properties that are currently owned by these entities, which are not on the tax rolls anyway, so it wouldn't be a hurt to them. And I think that would be the initial step, or at least as a first step.
I agree, Chairman, and building that housing for teachers, for our teachers, for our
Exactly.
janitors, or school staff, so they have that short walk to work and back, and they can kind of live and work and kind of enjoy the fruits of their labor all in one place. And I think the Daly City in San Mateo County has done a good job of that too. I'd be happy to do a little bit more research and I can report back.
No, I'd appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's going on in a lot of counties up and down the state that we're not even aware of. But I think just bringing all that information together, I think could be hopefully helpful and make a dent in this issue that's, it's just a crisis in the state right now. And, I think for so long, we've kind of depended on the nonprofit world, and they're not even coming close. Every year, we're falling further and further behind on this issue.
It's a reverse trend, right? When we think we're making progress, we're sliding backwards. And even in the city of San Francisco, where I hail from, 82,000 housing units by 2031, we're falling short of that goal, well short of that goal. So we just got to do better.
Well, hopefully 24 will make a dent. With that, I have no problem with the recommendation of the vice chair. We could hold this over and we'll deal with it. We'll put it back on the agenda for December and take the official vote, both on the minutes and the blueprint and anything else that you come up with. Because once again, this was just from our note-taking. We might have missed something. As you look back at your notes, and like the deputy controller mentioned, he shared with him his thoughts, feel free to add, delete, or make any recommendations moving forward.
Wonderful. If I
Member
could
Gaines.
just comment on the informational hearing. I thought it was really effective. We got a lot of great input. I want to thank you for your organizational effort with your team, because there were a lot of good things. That additional dwelling unit production already mentioned by the deputy controller, but I was just shocked by that number from one city. And if you take a look at that ripple effect statewide, because I know it's happening in my community, and I'm sure it's happening in each of yours, going to have a big impact on housing, but it's not requiring any taxpayer money, really.
No.
There's incentive by homeowners to add an additional unit, can provide some revenue for them and provides housing for people in the community. It's just one piece of the puzzle, but I think it can be a very effective one. And so it was exciting to learn more about that. Also this, we've got the initiative coming forward on the mental health housing, and I think we're going to find out a lot about that in the course of 2024 in terms of how that's unfolding, but very excited about learning more about that as that proceeds forward. And then I think the input that we got from veterans was really helpful too, and I think that's another area that we can really work on and focus on and work with the legislature and see if there's some answers to providing more relief for them when it comes to housing. And then I would say I think that's probably a good synopsis for me in terms of what I would see as priorities. The fourth one would be the insurance crisis. And I'm just thinking it'd be nice to have this on the agenda for 2024. And let's take a look at it, because what's happening especially in my district, and I would say Member Lieber's also, is that so much of it's rural that it's affecting property values, right? So you can't sell your home because people can't afford the insurance to buy the home because of the wildfire risk. So that's where I see a nexus for the BOE, but it's a big issue, and it's an issue that I think we ought to have a hearing on and hear people out and find out what's going on. I think we're headed towards a solution, It's just that I think there's going to be a lot of pain between now and when it's fully implemented. But I think we ought to take input from folks and hear what they have to say and see, you know, better educate ourselves just so we're familiar with it and our constituents also in terms of this crisis.
Vice Chair Lieber, go ahead.
It's a point that's very well taken, and I think if we do a hearing, you know, a mini hearing on that issue, it might behoove us to have CAL FIRE included in that, or CPF, in terms of, we know that we have such intense housing needs, and yet is the production outstripping the availability of insurance? And is it outstripping the capacity of firefighting to be able to expand to those areas, and therefore the interplay with insurance as well? And I know that there was just another major carrier that said that they were exiting California, and it really is a crisis for people who are looking at potentially buying a home. And I know that by virtue of Prop 19, we've had a lot of discussion about the silver tsunami who are on the move to new communities, and it's very impactful for them as well.
Yes, there was a great article on the insurance crisis by the San Francisco Chronicle. I don't know if you've had a chance to see it, but I could get it out to everybody if you'd like.
Sure. Please.
But it, you know, it's not over. You know, we're still kind of in the middle of it, and we dodged a bullet without a huge wildfire this year. But they talk a lot about the California Fair Plan and how that's really scaring a lot of the companies too, because they're on the hook proportionally in the event that there's a fire and it's sorely underfunded. So if we had a bad wildfire, with the increasing percentage of at-risk properties that are being insured by the FAIR Plan, means that burden is then distributed to all the carriers too, because there's just not enough premium there that they're collecting, which is hard to believe because rates are skyrocketing with the FAIR Plan. So I think the action by the governor and the insurance commissioner are good actions, and we'll just have to dig into that issue more and find out. I just think it needs to happen faster, would be my view of it. But it'd be a great subject to discuss and really get into the meat of it and provide opportunity for the public to get involved. So,
Member Schaefer, go ahead.
Yes, Chair Vasquez, one of the effects of the fire, of course, is the taxable value of everybody's real estate. I think our assessors have been pretty much on top of that and been vigilant to see that each county gets proper possible reductions whenever justified by the fire tragedy, and I want to commend them all for that.
Thank you. No, Member Gaines, you bring up a good point on this whole insurance, and I know that's been your background and your strength. And I always thought about it because it's actually one of our responsibilities, along with property tax.
right.
And at some point, as we look at our work plan for '24, we definitely need to
Right.
put that on the
If
agenda.
you can't sell your home,
Right?
or the value of the home drops because of the fire exposure,
Or you can't get it insured, because some people, I know people are
can't get
losing
it
the
insured.
insurance.
Right. And then we've got problems with our local assessors
Right.
in a reducing role of value.
I agree, Senator. Imagine that not having your home insured and that one big wildfire comes.
Oh,
It's just going to create a just a very sad situation. So I think I'm totally on board and
Yeah.
really appreciate you bringing that up.
We've got that, if I could just add on, we've got, I've heard it from several constituents about folks, 30 years they paid that mortgage, and the mortgage is paid off, and now they can't afford the insurance. So it's all at risk if a wildfire moves through, and that is a huge problem, so. Great.
Thanks. Well, with that, we already checked, there was no written comments on this, right?
No written comments. I've got no one in the audience who wanted to make a public comment. Let's go to the moderator. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
To make comment over the phone on this item, press 10, please, on your phone's keypad. And we have no callers queuing up for this item.
Thank you, moderator. All righty, then we'll just confirm that we'll take up this same item and put it on the agenda for December.
With that, Ms. Cicchetti, I think we're ready for number 12.
Yes, we are. The next item on the agenda is item 12, Executive Director's Report. Report on the status of pending and upcoming organizational issues. This matter is being presented by Ms. Stowers.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. My report today will be brief. I will be providing you an update on recent and upcoming events. First, I want to start with October 18th, where Mr. Jack McCall, Chief of the State Assessed Properties Division, spoke at the California State Association of County Auditors Property Tax Manager meeting. He provided an overview of the state assessed unitary taxation process, and as you know, each July, the board adopts the value, and this value is transmitted to the county auditors for billing. In addition, the State Assessed Properties Division works in cooperation with the county auditors on many other issues throughout the year. Next, October 31st through November 3rd, the California's Assessors Conference took place in Palm Springs. This provided an excellent opportunity for us to meet with the assessors and speak on ideas that we have in common. Board members' offices and their staff and agency staff attended. I would like to thank the CAA for inviting us, and I would like to thank Mr. Assessor Robert Manville for hosting this year's event. Next, November 1st to the 3rd was the California Lawyers Association Annual Meeting and Tax Board Policy Conference. This meeting was also held in Palm Springs, and Chief Counsel Mr. Henry Nadja participated in the annual Chief Counsel Roundtable. With that roundtable, we included Chief Counsels from the Office of Tax Appeal, the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration, and the Franchise Tax Board. Each provided an update on notable events in their respective agencies. Next, I'd like to highlight a couple of dates coming up. Mr. Richard Moon from the Legal Department has been invited to speak at the California County Association. The California County Council Association Tax Fall 2023 Study Section Meeting. This discussion presentation would take place on November 16th, and they asked for Mr. Moon to provide an overview on the State Board of Equalization. This meeting would take place in Southern California. Finally, on December 14th, I have been asked to speak at the California Association of Clerks and Election Officials. They, too, have asked me to provide an overview on the State Board of Equalization and the programs that we administer. This conference meeting will be held in Sacramento. I will continue to keep your office updated on the details of these upcoming events. Family members, as you know, next week is Thanksgiving. Therefore, I would like to take this opportunity to wish the members and the entire BOE family a very happy and healthy holiday. That concludes my report for item 12. My executive management team will follow and provide updates on priorities and challenges within their respective areas. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Well, I'll start real quick, and then I know Deputy Controller has some questions. First of all, thank you for your presentation, Ms. Stowers. I was just wondering, especially in these last, there was a lot of conferences that you and staff attended. Was there any takeaways or things that we possibly should follow up on, or things that we need to maybe be a little bit more involved with.
But the staff who went to the CEA conference did not report back that there was some action that we need to take on. Staff is always there and meeting with the assessors, especially their various committees. And it was pretty much the standard issues. So no takeaways for the CAA, for the tax policy conference. No takeaways there as it relates to property tax administration.
Thank you. Deputy Controller.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to thank you, Executive Director. I had a chance to go down to Palm Springs, beautiful Palm Springs, and attend both the California Tax Bar Policy Conference, and I popped into the California Assessors Annual Conference as well. Got to speak with the assessors, speak with fellow attorneys at the Tax Bar Policy Conference. I appreciate you, Executive Director. I know you weren't able to make it, but you got to send a whole delegation of staff, entourage, and I thought they represented very well, and really look forward to just seeing the BOE out there on the road. And just in my own report out, I got to step into the legislative updates at the Tax Bar Policy Conference. There was a lot of interest around the Proposition 19 issue, and there's a few other issues, especially SB 419, which I'll speak with a little bit later, but some good legislative updates, and I thought it was a great conference, both of them. And just really happy at the BOE, and I've heard my respected colleagues were also showing up in and out as well, so just happy everything went really well. Thank you.
Member Gaines, I believe, has questions or comments.
Great. Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the California Association of Assessors conference. It was excellent, and I was really struck by, they had an economist speak about the California economy and then the national economy, and I just thought that was really well done. And I have found when I go to the assessor conferences, they have really high-quality speakers. I'm really impressed. And so that I found that very interesting. And then they also had a farmer talk about the use of land in an arid county, in Imperial County, and he was an olive grower. But he was talking about the use of water and how olives don't use a whole lot of water, and they've been used for millennia, grown for millennia, and that the great potential for the state of California to grow more olives, that we are kind of in our infant stage in terms of acreage of development. And the big grower is really Spain. I think it's 6 million acres, and I think we're at 50,000. So when we talk about opportunities for ag that don't use a whole lot of water, let alone the great health aspects of olive oil. And he talked a lot about that too, about the low heart disease rate for
pure virgin oil.
Yeah, people in Greece that apparently have a fairly fatty diet, but it's like it's inoculated by the use of olive oil. So I was just blown away by what I met, what I learned, and then it was a great opportunity to talk to assessors too. So very productive.
Member Schaefer.
Ted was the star of the event. He represents more assessors than I think all of us put together.
Well, definitely more than me. I think he's right up there with our Vice Chair Lieber, yeah.
That's right. I've only got 19, he's got 34. So.
I thought you were in the 20s.
No.
Oh, 19.
Double digits.
Yeah. No, you're right. It was really, especially the fellow you mentioned on olive. I didn't realize how healthy that is, especially if you get into that pure olive, virgin oil, I guess they call it.
And a lot of fake olive oil out there, so be careful.
That's true.
Yeah.
With that, we diverted a little bit there.
No, I grow some olives. That's what I got. Okay.
Thank you. And were you going to bring up staff, or well, that's on the next item? I
No,
guess.
they're coming up. Mary's going to call them, and I'm going to let the staff have the big chair.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is item 13, Executive Director's Report. Operational Priorities Report, a report on the status of the operational priorities of the BOE. This matter will be presented by Ms. Renati.
Good afternoon, Chairman Vasquez and honorable members. I am Lisa Renati, Chief Deputy Director. Today I will report on some of the agency's operational priorities and projects. The first item is our workforce capacity. Since our last meeting, we have successfully filled 3 positions, 2 professionals new to the BOE and 1 promotion. Through consistent and proactive recruitment initiatives, the agency has reduced our vacancy rate to 13%. This reflects our dedication to building a robust team, and we're cheering a little bit. We've been at 14% a long time, so to get to 13 is maybe small, but it's still something we want to celebrate. Also, we want to also acknowledge that as we work towards our workforce capacity, we have some confines in our current classifications, and we're currently, to address those issues, are working on a long-term project to adjust our assistant appraiser and our assistant auditor appraiser classifications to allow more flexibility in hiring. We are working on this project. It's going to take a little time, but we're dedicated to continuing it, and so hopefully we'll have some good news for you in the near future. The next item is an update on the status of our State Assessed Properties Division IT modernization project. I brought this to your attention earlier this year. It's a long-term project also it's for the design, development, and implementation of a new board roll system for our agency. Earlier today, Mr. McCool mentioned some corrections, and we're hoping part of this IT modernization could help us in helping with those, not to have those issues, also to make the process a lot more streamlined, easier to use, less 1980s COBOL. So we're working towards that. We're in phase 2. We're committed to keeping this going. It is, again, a long-term project. I'd like to thank Kathy Taylor. She's our Chief of Board Proceedings and Support Services. She's leading this effort, keeps it going, doesn't let it fall off the page. Also, Mr. Jack McCool, he has been right there pushing since the day I got here. He's been pushing. And so we're really making an effort to make sure that we can get this done. So we'll keep you informed of the progress of this important event and project, rather. And members, this concludes my report for today. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Member Gaines.
Yeah, well, thank you. That's great news. On the BOE class adjustments for hiring, are those adjustments that could be used by county assessors too?
Well, the classifications are specific to BOE, and we're not changing the classification for educational requirements. For the auditor appraiser, it would still require that accounting degree or necessary courses, and that's based on the law. The law requires that, and it also helps with our compensation. It wouldn't necessarily help the county, but it will help us because it will allow us to bring people in with education or experience. Right now, our classifications are education and experience.
Okay.
We're trying to change that one little word, and, to an or, and that will allow us to bring people in more quickly, easily get people in.
That's great. And the software upgrade for the role. We've been in government long enough to hear horror stories about software and governments, right? So I'm assuming that we're keeping a close eye on that, and
Very close
monitoring
eye,
it, and it's
yeah.
effective. We're not wasting money. And
The joke is a lot of paperwork is involved in new technology, so we're making sure we follow those processes, get the roll down. And I'd like to mention Kathy did work on the successful cross project that CDTFA has, so she has some experience in making sure that we dot all our I's, cross all our T's, and make sure that we have that before we go forward. So.
great. Thank you, Kathy Taylor. Appreciate that. Yeah. Great. Thanks.
Thank you for all your work. And I think it was last month you mentioned that you would let us know as you've been going out and doing all these recruitment events, the effects it may have on especially new hires. And I was wondering if you have any updates on that.
We haven't been able to get that information tied together. That is a future plan. We've actually recently designated a lead for our recruitment effort so that perhaps those reports can be generated. It's going to take some time, but yes, I'll let you know as soon as we can have our first seed to grow, whatever you call it.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
You're welcome.
I think we're good.
All righty.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is item 14, Executive Director's Report, Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office Report, update on activities of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office. This item is being presented by Ms. Thompson.
Is the tall chair?
You got your choice, the high one or the low
I
one?
don't want the low one. I'm short enough.
You got the low one.
It is a low one? I just don't feel too low, but that's okay. I'm short. It's okay to be short. It's fine. So, actually, not really. Good afternoon, Chair Vasquez and honorable board members. I'm Lisa Thompson, the Chief of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, and I am pleased to provide you with an update on the activities of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office to keep you informed. First, I would like to share with you some statistics on the number of taxpayer cases completed by the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office this past month. In October 2023, we completed 27 cases. 5 were in Board Member Gaines's district, District 1. 11 were in Board Member Lieber's district, District 2. 7 were in Board Member, 11 were in Board Member Lieber's district, as I said, and 7 were in Member Vasquez's district, District 4. District 3, 4 were in Board Member Schaefer's district, District 4. As far as the composition of the completed cases, 10 were in the administrative category and 17 in the valuation category. The memorandum that is attached to the public agenda notice provides additional details on the topics within each of those categories. However, the largest topic area within the valuation category was exclusions from reassessments, with the number of completed cases at 10. And 9 of those exclusion cases pertain to the parent-child exclusion, and 1 pertained to transfers for base or value transfers for seniors. The majority of exclusion completed cases pertain to transfers under the time of current law of Proposition 19, with there being a total of 6, and 4 occurred during the time of prior law. Of the 27 completed cases in October, 2 were from public comment submitted at a prior board meeting, which were forwarded to us by our board proceeding sections, with constituents being from District 1 and 4. And another completed case was for a taxpayer from District 2 who presented comments at the August 29th, 2023 Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing. With respect to the taxpayer at the Bill of Rights hearing, we had coordinated with the assessor's office regarding the taxpayers concerned about the delay in enrollment of a new construction for a completed barn, and the issuance of the supplemental bill and escape bills coming due at the same time. The assessor's office coordinated with the auditor's office, and the taxpayer was offered a payment plan. This concludes my update, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Thompson, for that report. And I was just wondering, I know you've been working real close with Mr. Kim and preparing some of this on the website, the information that we're getting out to folks, especially around Prop 19. And I was wondering if we have any feedback from any of the taxpayers that might have accessed that.
Okay. So we do publicize the availability of information sheets that are published by our Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office. Our communications officer, Mr. Kim, has posted numerous social media posts about their availability as we publicize them. And we have also notified our advisory council members so they can share it with their members as well as taxpayers to kind of spread the word a little bit more. We also partner with county assessors' offices to do that, so they publicize them. Many county assessors have links to the TRA webpage where taxpayers can access the information sheets. We also have provided you, the members' offices, with copies. Last month, Peter had provided each member with copies of our information sheets, although I have shared their publication with you in the past. So, we appreciate your member offices sharing those with the constituents. The other question you had was as first topics, I think the helpful topics. We have had some positive feedback on the information sheet for property tax assistance for seniors. That was something that was issued newly this year. So we've had that, although I think all of the information sheets are helpful. We also have had some positive feedback from taxpayers that are applying for base year value transfers as a person over 55 or 55 and over, because many taxpayers simply aren't aware of it, so they can have a lot of savings if they're able to transfer a base year from an older home that they purchased many years ago for substantially less money than you could buy a house for today. I think that covered it, but.
You did, thank you.
Okay.
Oh, Member Schaefer has one.
Yes, so thank you, Ms. Thompson. I suggested that we consider merely making reference to government code sections or revenue and taxation code sections that are relevant to your very fine report, so the report might be a little less costly to produce and a lot easier to read. I think it'd be more effective if it had fewer pages, and I don't think with the advent of the internet everywhere that we need to actually recite verbatim statutes like we did. The statutes are pretty lengthy, and we've been able to recite them instead of publish them for maybe the last 10 years. Have you thought about any of that at all? I know I mentioned it.
Yes, I recall you mentioning that last month. But yeah, so in February, we publish our annual Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office annual report. And it does include the revenue and taxation code sections that are applicable to the Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing for property taxes as well as the alcoholic beverage tax.
Yeah.
We do like to have that available for taxpayers because sometimes laws change, though that is fluent. Also, it's I feel it's good to have just for a simplified format for them. As far as printing costs, we actually have very low printing costs. We don't print them other than for internal purposes. We have some that are passed out to managers, as well as each of your board members' offices are given
How many copies do we print of the annual report?
I think it's 100, maybe 150.
Oh,
so it's pretty minimal. We don't really pass them out. So it's available on our website.
Yeah.
For people to read. So, there's really wouldn't be very much cost savings, but that's ultimately why we do that. And the other part is we highlight examples of the services that our office provides to taxpayers, so they know that we're here to help them. So that helps them understand what kind of situations we might be able to help them with, and just to clarify it for them. So.
Well, I would see your office as having available statutes that somebody is going to want to read them to make a complaint or file a case with you. Give them a copy, but to include all those revenue taxation code sections in the 150 copies that you give out to public newspapers, libraries, anyone, I just think that's an overkill and a waste. But I admire the quality of your product, and just because we're the board doesn't mean our annual report has to be bigger than yours. But I think yours could be a little more efficient if it were smaller. That's just my opinion.
All right. Well, thank you for your opinion. I appreciate that.
They were good, thank you.
Thank you.
All righty, we're up to the next item. Item 15, Executive Director's Report, Property Tax Deputy Director's Report, report on the status of pending and upcoming projects, activities, and department issues, including letters to assessors, appraisal training, and the state assessed property. This item is being presented by Mr. Young and his team.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Vasquez and honorable members of the board. For the record, my name is David Young, and I'm the Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department. With me, I have two of my staff members. They will present right after me on CAPD and SAPD. But first, I would just like to give you just a very broad overview of the Property Tax Department in general. The department is actually doing really, really well. So we are continuing to answer a high number of calls every month, several hundred actually. We're doing that quickly. We're turning inquiries around quickly. We're also handling and processing the welfare and the LEOP filings in a very time-efficient manner. So overall, the department's doing really well. I actually do want to comment and piggyback on Ms. Renati's report earlier about our vacancies. The three that we filled, one was a promotion and two were actually new to state service. So that actually is a really good indicator. The promotional is always good. It's opportunity for staff to grow. But to bring in new folks, that actually bolsters our capacity. It's new. It's more hands on deck. And the other thing that I'm very, very excited about, I mentioned it last month. We are right now in the process of recruiting 2 chiefs for the CAPD side. So we've restructured that side of the house, of the property tax house a little bit. Surveys will be their own standalone unit, and then all else in CAPD will be under a different chief. So after this, we will actually have 3 chiefs in the property tax department, and that will help tremendously in our ability to get some stuff done and some stuff to look. We're able to take a look at some really interesting and new stuff. So that's just a broad overview. If I'm available for any questions. If not, I will turn it over to our next presenter.
I think we're good.
Hearing none. Ms. Schultz, can you start with our first presentation on letters to assessors?
Good afternoon, Chair Vasquez and honorable board members. I'm Glenna Schultz, Principal Property Appraiser in the County Assessed Properties Division. Today, I will provide you with a brief report on letters to assessors. Attached to this month's agenda is a memo on letters to assessors, which provides a list of the LTAs that have been issued since our last board meeting. In addition, the memo provides a link to the BOE's website where a list of all LTAs can be found that have been issued to date. As of the date of the attached memo, BOE staff has issued a total of 38 LTAs for calendar year 2023. Since our last board meeting, 3 of those LTAs have been issued and are summarized as follows. An LTA to issue the Siskiyou County Assessment Sampling Survey, an LTA to issue the San Luis Obispo County Supplemental Assessment Practices Survey, and an LTA to issue the 2024 calendar for the valuation of public utilities and railroads. This concludes my report on letters to assessors. I am available to answer any questions you may have.
I think we're good. Thank you.
I will now provide a brief report on the BOE's Appraisal Training and Certification Program. For the 2023-24 fiscal year, we have scheduled 34 classes and 3 workshops. To date, 17 of the 34 classes have been completed. Since the last board meeting, 1 class has been taught. We also continue to offer our existing online basic training courses available through American River College and California State University, Sacramento, as well as our online courses and self-study training sessions available on the BOE's website. This concludes my report on training and certification. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
I think we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hearing none. Mr. McCool?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Vasquez and honorable members. My name is Jack McCool, Chief of the State Assessed Properties Division. Today, I will provide information on the status of ongoing work in our division. Staff continue to focus on our remaining assessment appeal workload. Staff participated in the last round of appeals conferences last week and continue to work with petitioners in an attempt to find agreement on remaining issues. All remaining petitions will come before the board at the December board meeting. Staff also continue to make good progress on our 2023 property tax audits. Most audits have been completed and continue to go through the review process. Audits resulting in a recommendation for a change in value will start coming before the board in early 2024. Finally, we have completed our annual State Assessed Properties Division newsletter. This newsletter is something our division completes annually and is mailed to every state assessee. The newsletter provides assessees with information on how to correctly file their annual property statement, provides key dates for 2024, and also provides a listing of key personnel by topic so assessees know who to contact in our office should they have a question. The 2024 newsletter is live on our website, and you should have received a hard copy today so that you can see what our assessees receive. This should be going out in the mail next week. That concludes my monthly update for the State Assessed Properties Division, and I'm available to answer any questions if you have any. Thank you.
Yeah, Deputy Controller, I think, has a comment or question.
Thank you, Mr. McCool. I'm looking at this for the first time. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful
Thank you.
publication. I love the key dates. I love emailing your property statement, and most of all, I love in a public agency having direct access to members of your team. And I think that's so important. And it's just another example of cutting the red tape. And so if I want to talk to somebody involving pipelines or railroads, I know exactly who to call. So just a job well done. And I think this is really great work. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you. No, kudos. It looks really good. And I appreciate the work you and your staff have done, especially on these appeals. You know, we've been pretty successful, knock on wood, so far, I guess, that you've been able to handle these before they've come to us. And so just wanted to thank you. And I know you have a good team behind you doing a lot of the work. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Say no other comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Chiquetti, what's our next item?
Our next item on the agenda is item 16, Executive Director's Report, Legislative Research and Statistic Division Chief's Report, update on administrative and program-related legislative bills impacting the BOE. This item is being presented by Mr. Angelo.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members. Good to see you. Last month, I gave a pretty comprehensive report of the bills that went to the governor and were signed. And today, I'm gonna briefly summarize some of those, and I'm gonna talk a little bit about some of the bills that are two-year bills. Some of them have to do with issues that went to the governor and were signed in other vehicles. So there may be not a strong likelihood that some of them move next year. And then I'm going to talk a little bit. I'm going to talk a little bit about Prop 1, as there's been a request by the members, and our executive director has committed to looking into that issue further for future board meetings as to how we approach and cover, like objectively, the breadth of that proposal that is going to be on the March 5th ballot. So last month I covered the, and I forgot to mention, I'm not sure if I referenced myself, Ted Angelo with the Legislative Division, because I can't remember if I actually said that before. So I want to make sure I reference that for the record. The two bills that were signed by the governor that were our sponsored bills, SB 889 and SB 890. We covered those last month, so I'm not going to go over them again, but we are in the process of asking for legislative proposals for next year. So we're looking at our own concepts that would either clean up what we need to do next year, and we also need to speak to CDTFA for anything where we have joint jurisdiction, anything with the alcohol and beverage tax and insurance programs. So we're taking a look at that, and I know you've talked today about potential legislative proposals in the future coming out of the working groups. So those are all things that we would be looking at soon that would be brought back before the board. The other bills that I covered last month that were signed by the governor were the base year transfer value bill by Assemblymember Gallagher, AB 556, that was extended. SB 4 by Senator Weiner, which is the higher education or religious institution provision bill that we talked about earlier today, the use by right capability of that, helpful for the development of affordable housing. SB 20 by Senator Rubio was signed quite a bit before some of the others, which allows for the joint power authority provisions to be instituted in law, two or more local agencies to create a regional housing trust to address funding needs. SB 423 by Senator Weiner is the streamlined housing approval that continued the ministerial approval process that was established in SB 35. So that bill was established in 2017, SB 35, and this one goes a little bit further. I went into detail about the additional jurisdictional provisions and used by right capabilities that bill continues, and it continues the sunset date until January 2036. So that gets to what we've been talking about today regarding the state not meeting its goals for not just multifamily housing, but housing in general, not just low-income housing, not just moderate-income housing, but all of its housing needs. So it's trying to address a little bit of what SB 35 was striving to do and go a little bit further. SB 588 is the welfare exemption bill. That bill was a 2-year bill, and that is the partial exemption from property tax for rental housing that is owned or operated by entities, including 90% of more being low-income households. So that was one of the low-income housing bills that was just put for reasons that the others were moving. It was made a 2-year bill. It had some cost implications, so that could be one of the bills that I was referencing that we may see come back next year. SB 734 by Senator Rubio, which is the possessor interest bill that we supported, where it does not create independent possession of use of land or improvements by the tenant, codifying our longstanding legal opinion. That bill was signed and effective January 1st. Let's see. AB 84 by Ward is the partial exemption from property tax bill that allows 501c3 bonds to be used as a funding mechanism, another tool in the toolbox that they're using for meeting low-income housing funding. That bill will be effective, actually that bill is effective October 11th of this year as an urgency measure. The Affordable Housing Finance Work Group bill I discussed last month, AB 519 by Schiavo, is a list of entities that are working towards solving some of the affordable housing problems that we have in the state. That's effective January 1st of next year. Some of the veterans bills that you've talked about and programs to assist veterans, AB 1361 by Assemblymember Hoover, effective January 1 of next year. This authorizes a county assessor to use electronic determination of eligibility. We covered that last month. So things to streamline the process that weren't there before. Another base year bill, that AB 1500 by Irwin. It goes hand in hand with AB 556 by Gallagher I mentioned earlier, for folks that were hit by disasters such as the wildfires we were talking about today on some of the other issues, and doesn't handle the insurance dilemma that we're talking about. That's been going on for a long time. But it's a it's a help for those people that were struck by disaster to continue their ability to rebuild or move to other areas with their base year transfer. I think I've covered the rest. AB 1528 by Assemblymember Gibson specifies that property held by a nonprofit public benefit corporation that is controlled by a housing authority is exempt from taxation, requires any outstanding tax that was levied before be canceled. That was one that we had it was kind of clarifying what was understood under existing law, so it kind of codified to make sure people weren't getting sent a tax, and if they were, they're going to get a refund. And then SB 82 by Sayardo is the disabled veterans exemption. Has more to do with the electronically generated letter of service connected disability. SB 419 Roth, we talked about a little bit last month, but that's the one that extends the property used in spaceflight exemption, and it requires the Ledge Analyst's Office to compile a report, and some of that information has to come from the assessors and from the Board of Equalization. So we have to work on that, and some of that information in that report is confidential and not subject to the Legislative Open Records Act, so it's a little bit complicated. We're working on that issue internally for all of these bills that were recently signed. We're working with the Assessment Services Unit. We review the letters that go to the assessors, so they're letters to assessors, or LTAs as they're known, for all bills that are come out of that unit. We review to make sure that the new statutory requirements are understood, and that's part of the internal work that's going on post end of session. So I'll leave it there with some of the bills that I kind of covered in detail last month. We talked about the Bagley-Keene issue, and so I won't go into that again, but the new requirement for that bill, SB 544 by Laird, is January 1, and legal is going to be providing more information to you on that. And then kind of going back to what we talked about last month regarding Prop 1. So I'm not going to go into great detail today, but I brought some information about SB Prop 1 and what it intends to do. And it's basically a $6.8 billion bond, and it will be on the March 5th ballot. But it recasts the Mental Health Services Act as the Behavioral Health Services Act through SB 326 and through AB 531. So two bills that revise and recast existing law and then dedicate bond funds for low income and behavioral health and mental health services and housing. So that is something that you've been talking about during your informational meetings on providing more low-income housing and housing in general, because the House, the Ledge Analyst's Office has been talking about a need of 140,000 per year kind of housing needs, and we're not meeting that need, whether it's low income or just general new housing in general. This is trying to solve that problem, but but the existing programs that cover this are brought into the bond, but it's a significant undertaking, so it's something that we need to gather more information on so we can provide to you the objective analysis of what it provides. But I have a lot of information here, but today wasn't what I planned to do to go into that. But if you have any questions specific to what the amount of the bond is and how the inner workings go, I can answer those questions today. But I can stop there unless you have any questions about Prop 1 in general. Okay.
Just from my perspective, if you just keep us updated as things move along. You are going to have an analysis at some point that you're going to present to us?
Yes.
Yeah, that's great.
So our executive director, Ms. Stowers, had me looking into it and has a number of other folks looking into it, and how we put that information, and Mr. Amron was talking about it, Ms. Lieber was talking about it. So what I wanted to make sure is that I re-mentioned the work that we're doing to provide the information to you, because it is substantial and it is coming up soon in terms of it being and not being crowded with other ballot measures in November in the general election. It's going to be coming up on the March 5th ballot. So in order to make an educated decision and get the information out there, we'll be working on that in an expedited fashion. The method by which it's given here hasn't been determined yet. Whether we have an expert come in and talk about it, similar to what you've had in your district meetings, or if we just give an analysis of the bills that I've referenced today.
Vice Chair Lieber, I think, has a question for you.
I do. Do you know if the legislative hearings on Prop 1 have already occurred?
Well, the hearings did, that I don't know the answer to. I know just the bills that allowed for the bond measure.
Okay.
Those two hearings took place, and there were significant support and opposition groups, many cities and many groups that didn't think it went far enough or thought it went too far.
Okay.
Tough issue.
And I know, I can't recall which committee it is that does kind of an oversight hearing of the initiatives. But if you happen to see that come up, that would be a good one for us to get out to our constituents through each of our social media and apprise them of it, because I know that there's only 80-some days until ballots go out. So it's a much more compressed timeline than normal, given the presidential election. So if you happen to see those oversight hearings coming up, that would be great to get a link to them.
Okay. And I will do that. I did research this, and everything that I've seen is just regarding the bills, the operative bills that put that allowed the bond measure to go on the ballot, and then the governor's press release, which is on his website, about the signing of those bills, and a couple third-party independent analyses pretty much just announcing it. So everything that was done by the governor and by other groups that I've been able to research hasn't provided what exactly you're talking about, but I'll continue to research that as well.
Thank you.
Was it Elections Committee? Yeah, and we'd analyze things that were going on the ballot. Yeah.
Deputy Controller, I think, has a question for you.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'll be very, very brief. I was interested in two parts of it, of course. There's a huge housing focus on building the housing and how that money will be allocated. But the real part that the controller wanted to focus on is the second prong, where it's overhauling the Mental Health Services Act, and there's some type of requirement, maybe 30% requirement, that is asking for counties to allocate that money towards housing. And as you gather more information, those are the things that she's interested in hearing more about, especially the tie that it does have to housing and how that correlates with property taxes or property tax exemptions in the future too. So thank you for being in the know about this, and looking forward to your future reports. Thank you.
Absolutely.
You know, the one thing that you didn't touch on this one, but it's something that's been brewing, and I know our executive director reported out, I think it was last year, on Prop 19. You know, that it was sold to the voters that it was going to generate this revenue. And last I heard, it was zero. I'm wondering if anything's changed since last year.
I've heard a lot of different rationales for this, and none of them, in my brief time with the board, it's difficult to come up with a rationale as to why Prop 19 hasn't had some of the intended effects. And some of it had to do with lack of information. You know, most people just don't think about a new statute like that, even with what you've been talking about with updating the website. All the board members here have been talking about updating information to taxpayers and letting them become aware of it. But there's COVID issues that were in play. There was the transfer deadlines being missed slightly that's been reported on, that we just haven't come up with the exact, housing isn't transferring as much because there's not as many transactions happening because the interest rates are going up. There's so many different factors that are at play. It would be hard for me to try to, explain without statistical folks from our, coming up and saying this is what we know so far. But I just know it hasn't been as expected so far.
Well, I mean, it's kind of appalling. I mean, they sold it to the voters saying it was going to generate $10 million a year. And here we're in year 3, and I keep hearing there's 0.
Right.
Is that something we can look into?
Absolutely.
Good afternoon, Yvette Stowers, Executive
Yes.
Director. Thank you for that question regarding Prop 19 and the revenue that is supposed to be provided. The Department of Finance has that responsibility of
Or
computing.
find out from them, yeah.
They have the responsibility, and they do a report on an annual basis. I don't think it would be appropriate for us to go into their calculation and question how they're getting there, because that's by statute and by the Constitution. It was given to them to determine the increase in revenue. So it's outside of our area, although it's property tax, I understand.
That's why, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
you
it's-
hit it. It's property tax.
It's property tax, but it's a calculation of the revenue coming from property tax, and actually it's a calculation of the revenue coming from income tax. The Department of Finance is the entity that has access to that information. Both
And
of
I
them.
guess is that something as a board, maybe we could put out to the Department of Finance, what's going on? Because I'm constantly getting calls in my district about it, especially those that were misled. A lot of groups.
Could we write a letter just requesting?
Just a report. I know in the past we've had
They do
finance come.
they do the report yearly, and it's probably coming up in January, February.
I know when they came last time, I think I mentioned it, they weren't prepared, so maybe it's something we could include, so when they do come next year, hopefully they have an answer for us.
Okay,
So, we could share with our constituents.
okay.
I don't know about you folks, but I constantly get that.
I'd like
call.
to know, yeah.
So I'm sorry, so you don't want them to just give you their end result?
No.
You want them to explain?
How did they sell this to the vote? Department of Finance was asked, I'm assuming, from what I heard, when they put this before the voters, they did the analysis that came up with this $10 million figure. Is that correct?
I do not believe the Department of Finance did the
Well,
revenue estimate.
I'm looking for my assemblyman and my senator.
That would have been LA.
When you put out these bills,
Generally, that's LAO that would have done that.
well, maybe we're asking the wrong person then. Vice Chair Lee.
Yeah, the bipartisan, this is Ted Angelo from the Ledge Office. The Bipartisan Legislative Analyst Office does estimates as well. And, the appropriations committees and Department of Finance take the information they provide and take from it what they will. So there's different folks that research this, that being one of them.
Vice Chair Lee.
I think it's one that we could, look at who analyzes it and maybe see what information they've produced this far. Since there's a signature gathering effort and it's a very political topic, I think we want to avoid going
About
into.
information, just,
Yeah, I think whatever we can find in terms of research and information on it, and without it becoming a political pursuit, I think would be really good. But I think it is the ledge analyst who evaluates proposals that are on the ballot, and then the Secretary of State approves the the statement on the ballot. So I think if we could get a little more information about that. You know, in my district, it's a very hot topic. Obviously, there's people outside the grocery store, the library, the post office, and et cetera. And so, you know, keeping our status as a neutral agency that, you know, responds to taxpayers and et cetera. But whatever information is out there about how that's calculated and how they determine what the accounting lag is in terms of when properties turn over and et cetera. I know that that was something that was sort of baked in from the beginning. But whatever information we could get, I think would be very helpful.
I don't know about you folks, but in my district, properties are flipping. You know, it didn't seem like it's, I don't know where people are getting the money, but it's not like homes are not selling.
Yeah, I agree, Chairman. I agree with the sentiment of all my colleagues. And this was money that was supposed to go to firefighters as well.
Yeah.
So I think it's important for us to at least see where the gap was. And we all have a calling to our constituents when we're back to answer to their questions, because I think that's exactly how it was at least teed up. So I'm all on board too. Thank you.
And, you know, to kind of, I don't want to cut anybody off. Again, Ted Angela speaking. We'll take a look at the information, and we'll also look to see if language in the proposition itself had a reporting requirement, because sometimes in ballot initiatives they do have something that the state auditor, the state controller, other reporting entities sometimes have to do that. So we'll check that out as well.
That'd be helpful. I just, I've been hearing from county assessors, because they're supposed to get, I think, 15% of the revenue from these transactions where people are moving, and they're using the base year value. So I know there's an element county to county. I think it was a 15% calculation, and I thought 85 went to firefighters. But it'd be nice just to have someone give us an accurate. I hope I'm describing it right, but we ought to be in my view, as an agency, we ought to be tracking that, because that's the law that was passed, and we want to make sure that it's being lived up to.
Well, we'll do our best to go back to the initial ballot, and thank you, where it'll explain, hopefully, what the revenue projection is. Mr. Young's going to talk to you about the breakdown, 75, 85, 35.
Of course. David Young, for the record, Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department. So Prop 19 did a couple of changes. One, it required Department of Finance to calculate how much tax revenue, not just property tax revenue, was changed through the implementation of Prop 19. With that, they're supposed to set up, with all the revenue that was gained, they were supposed to set up basically 3 funds. The 75% was supposed to go to the firefighters fund. 15% was supposed to go to the assessors to equalize the counties that lost money because of the base year transfer, and those that gained money from doing the new intergenerational transfer instead of the old parent-child, grandparent to grandchild. And then 10% of it was supposed to go to the general fund. So everybody got a share of the pot. My understanding is the first 2 years, the Department of Finance found that there was no revenue to put into any of those pots. I honestly don't know the metrics behind how they came up with that, or whether that was purely a placeholder for them while they had their mechanisms set up. I don't have any transparency into that. But so far, the counties, you are right, some counties their real estate market is actually very vital, and they are selling, a lot of houses are selling. So there are that scoring of counties that gain money because of the new intergenerational, and those counties that have been basically losing money because people are leaving high dollar counties and moving into mountain counties. assessors are working right now. They're working on a technology project in order to track all that stuff so they can actually come and reconcile that basically equalization when it all comes around, and they figure out how much money is in that 15% pot.
Right, and I think part of the rationale was that the house, let me give let's say there's a home in the Bay Area and they move to the foothills. Right?
Yeah.
So that house has let's say they were in the home for 30 years, has a low base year value. When that home is resold, it goes back up to market.
Yeah. Right.
And so there's a huge gain there for that incumbent county, I guess. And there's a loss coming to the county that they moved to.
Correct.
And so there's supposed to be money coming from the county that got the gain versus the county that got the loss.
Correct. So that 15% fund is supposed to equalize the counties. So it may offset it fully or in a proportional amount. It all depends on how much money.
But there
ends
has
up.
to be revenue there in the last couple of years, right?
You would think.
Because there's been a lot of, we've got a lot of folks moving in my district.
Yeah. So there's actually two tracks.
Okay.
That gain and loss from people using the new intergenerational and the loss from the incoming.
Yeah.
That's just to equalize. Where the money comes from is going to be determined by Department of Finance. And their metrics, I don't know what their metrics are, and I really don't know how they calculate that just yet. So I'm sure it may or may not be forthcoming, but that part, the assessors really don't have a whole lot of input into that. That's fundamentally in a different part of the Constitution.
Okay, but we're called to implement it as the BOE, so that's why I feel like
correct.
We should have an obligation to track it and find out, where's the money and is it going where it should be going?
Yeah, we're actually CDTFA is tracking that. We're advising the assessors on
all right.
what is.
So.
Okay, well, maybe they could give us a report.
Good luck. What we will, by statute, CDTFA is supposed to receive the assessor's report on their gains and losses.
Right.
And once they report, then when there is money, then they will push out the money to the assessors, or I guess it would be the state controller's office. But we haven't gotten there yet. And Mr. Young is taking the lead on that one to make sure that the reporting is accurate, because we talked about this.
Yes.
The assessors weren't getting sufficient assistance from CDTFA.
That's right.
So.
Is that changing?
Well, now that we have Dave there.
Okay.
One of his many assignments. So we'll go with this. It has improved.
Right. Because I've told a lot of my assessors that I'm working on it, so I want to make sure that I can report back to them.
Now, as far as the initial question, kind of a two-parter, how it was placed on the ballot and it was sold, there was going to be.
Well, no, that was more of a comment.
Yeah, more of a
you have
comment.
no control over that.
We can go back and pull up the ballot measure. Isn't it called a ballot measure? It's been a long day. We can go back and pull up the history if you like, and we can send it to your office, just for your reading pleasure. And then as far as the calculation.
I've read it. I know what it says.
Okay.
My issue is, what happened. Okay. And I'm hearing it constantly from folks in my district.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And they think we could just switch it like that. We don't have the power to do that.
No. So would you like for me to
But I
talk
think
to
we
the
do have the
Department of
power to at least
Finance?
ask the question, right?
Would you like for me to talk to the Department of Finance to get more
That'd be helpful,
understanding
I'm
of
sure
how they're
everybody would love
doing
to
their
hear that.
calculation?
What's going on? What happened?
It's just an accountability question, that's all.
Exactly.
It needs to be, right? We could just, as long as we know what's happening at TDFA, right? So we can make sure we're communicating that to our assessors. Do we have a liaison? Do we have someone that's communicating with them that we can communicate with for questions as related to constituents? And then what's happening with what was declared in the proposition in terms of the flow of money?
I would reach out to the Director of the Department of Finance and explain pretty much this conversation and the members would like to have a better understanding.
That's great.
The calculation, when do you do the calculation? I know it's on an annual basis, but just some more insight. And see if the director or one of his deputies would like to come before to a future board meeting and give you an overview.
That'd be helpful.
All I could do is ask. I can't mandate.
No, yeah. Vice Chair Lieber, go ahead.
Thank you. And I would say that the largest number of the questions that I'm getting are from people who have not consummated a intergenerational transfer, but they're contemplating it for the future. And then I do hear from some of the assessors that people have moved into a lower cost county with inaccurate information about what that's going to mean for them. And so I think there's a certain percentage of sales out there that are going to be these intergenerational transfers, but it's probably not the majority. So I think out there in government land, there's probably somebody who has a handle on a ballpark figure, like 10% of them, because houses and condos and et cetera can be selling like hotcakes, but it could be the case that very few of them are an intergenerational transfer. And but I would say that the largest number of questions that I get are from folks who are in the 55 to 70-year-old time frame and starting to contemplate this becoming an issue for them. So whatever information we could get back would be great.
Will do.
I was just looking at you, Ted, thinking, well, what's he going to do in this interim? Well, there's no legislation being pushed, so I thought I'd drop that. Not knowing that David actually Young has a little bit to do with this as well.
Right, we needed a different agenda item number on that one, I think. Okay, so I'm just about wrapped up.
Go ahead, finish.
So some of the bills that I mentioned when I first began are 2-year bills. And so we'll be tracking those rather than go into, there's about 5 of them, but many of them, and I hope you can hear me okay.
Yes.
For example,
I think you mentioned a couple of the veterans, right?
Yes.
With Art Chuleta.
But like SB 320 by Skinner was a possessory interest bill. But that possessory interest issue was handled in the other bills that we followed and were signed, and some that we supported, that the board members supported and were signed. So those probably won't be returning next year. A bill like that was probably just another vehicle for that and will be used for something else. SB 588, Alan, I had mentioned earlier, we'll be looking into that one. SB 726 by Senator Archuleta for the disabled veterans exemption. That's another one that was held because of cost implications. We'll be seeing how that's going to be pursued in addition to the other 2 bills dealing with the veterans exemptions that were held near the end of session, the SCA 6 and SB 871, I believe it is. So I'll stop there. That's the nexus. That's the priority of my report right there. I've kind of covered today. We went off on the Prop 19 train. So if you have any questions regarding any of the bills that I mentioned or did not mention, again, last month I went measure by measure and gave great detail. So I don't want to do that again today. It's been a long day for you. So if you have any questions, I'm free to answer them now.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
We're good?
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
I think the moral of this conversation is to be very sparing with the constitutional amendments that you put on the ballot.
Alrighty, the next thing that we're going to do is see if we have any public comment on all of the executive director reports. So I don't have anything in writing, and I don't have anyone in the audience, so let's go to the moderator. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding any of the executive director reports?
As a reminder, anyone who wishes to make a comment at this time, please press 1, then 0. Press 1, then 0. There is no one who signaled that they wish to speak.
Thank you, moderator. We're up to the last item on today's agenda, closing remarks and adjournment.
Members, do we have any adjournments today? Yes, Deputy Controller.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to thank all my fellow colleagues here and all the board members and staff and just the entire team for another successful meeting. I'm really looking forward to the Thanksgiving holiday, but before that, I just really wanted to do one in memoriam on behalf of the Controller. She's beyond saddened to learn of the suicide deaths of 4 members of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, 3 active and 1 retired member of the force who all passed away within a 24-hour period. This was from last Monday into Tuesday, 4 suicides in 24 hours. And in recent years, studies have shown that more officers have died by suicide than the number of those killed in the line of duty. Our first responders have higher risk of suicide than the general population, a disparity that this state must address. And during these trying times, it's important to check in on the well-being of our friends, our colleagues, our family. And if you're not okay, it's okay to ask for help. It's okay to say you're not okay. If you or someone you know is in emotional distress or suicide crisis, you can reach the 988 National Suicide and Crisis Lifeline by calling or texting 988 for 24/7 free access to free and confidential service. Thank you, and may God rest all 4 members of the LASD's souls. Thank you.
No, thank you for bringing that up. I'm reminded of, well, actually, I think as we speak today, there's a conference going on down here in, I think it's at the Holiday Inn, on mental health. And it's primarily by an educational group, but it kind of cuts across all professions these days. Yeah, it's like you mentioned, I think sometimes we forget. We get caught up in our own world and we forget to reach out to folks that may be going through some tough times. With that, I just like to adjourn also. Well, before I say adjournment, in closing, I would just like to wish everybody a safe and hopefully a not so heavy meal on Thanksgiving here as we come up on this big celebration next week. But hopefully you enjoy your loved ones. And like you mentioned, Deputy Controller, often we forget. And I think, since we're talking about being thankful next week, I think it's a real good opportunity to reach out to folks, especially those in need, and invite them to your Thanksgiving dinner. But with that, I do want to adjourn in honor of a lost member of the Santa Monica College community. Bobby Adams I got to meet him back in the 70s when he was just a young counselor working in a nonprofit, and he grew into becoming one of the counselors there at the college, the community college, and was able to go all the way up to be one of the VPs of the community college. And then later, I believe he came up here to one of the community colleges up just outside the Bay Area as the president at that time. But then he returned back to the west side. But we lost him a few weeks, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, but they just had the celebration of his life over the weekend. So I had an opportunity to attend that, and he's going to be sorely missed. He was just like an icon, not only for the African-American community, but for the educational community in Santa Monica, specifically in the community college, at the community college level. Great man, contributed a lot, and his name, I know, will continue to live on, especially in Santa Monica College, and we just want to adjourn in his honor. If there's no others, then I guess we stand adjourned at 3:42, and our next board meeting will be December, let me make sure I can give them the right dates. I know it's early, right? It's
12th and 13th.
12th and 13th of December. Enjoy your holidays, and we'll see you back.
Have a great Thanksgiving, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. We're adjourned.